GWIKS staff, Program Manager Ravina Ugale and Program Coordinator Habin Peck, have been working really hard to make today's conference possible, and so I want to thank them for their hard work. It's also a great pleasure to welcome a really distinguished set of speakers to today's conference. Our signature conferences we do once a year, so these are a great occasion to bring together cutting-edge research about Korea and convene audiences who are interested in different aspects of the Korean Peninsula here in Washington, D.C. GWIKS is now about 10 years old, but we could not have started without the hard work and vision of our senior advisor, Yonggi Kim Renault, who's Professor Emeritus of East Asian Languages and Literatures. She started working here at GW and establishing Korean studies here in the 1980s. And I'm going to turn the floor over to her to offer some welcome remarks, but also to offer a few personal reflections on today's topic. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Yonggi Kim Renault to the floor.
My dear colleagues, students, and distinguished guests, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to this signature conference on two closely related yet remarkably contrasting economies that have taken shape on the Korean Peninsula during the Cold War era. As someone who lived through that very period, the topic holds very dear and special meaning for me. I'm a linguist by vocation, as some of you know, far from being a bona fide economist. Yet, the notion of economy is deeply embedded in linguistic analysis, as in many other fields that examine human behavior. Human beings are resourceful in that they constantly seek the most efficient use of available means to achieve the greatest possible results with the least possible effort. The invention of the Korean alphabet is itself grounded in that very principle. Etymologically, the term economy derives from two ancient Greek words, oikos, meaning household, nomos, law or management, which entered the English vocabulary partly through Latin and partly through French. The philosopher Aristotle, writing in the 4th century BCE, used oikonomia to describe the management of the household, encompassing not only the physical organization, but also the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services within it. Over time and across societies, this concept has evolved in response to changing human conditions. It is widely understood that the Cold War produced one of the starkest economic contrasts in modern history, the divergent trajectories of North and South Korea after regaining their independence in 1945 and experiencing division soon afterward. Beginning from a shared cultural, historical, economic foundation, the two states developed into profoundly different systems. Their contrasting outcomes illuminate the powerful roles played by political institutions, external alliances, and development strategies. At a time when geopolitics and the global economy are undergoing their most significant transformations in 8 decades, there is considerable value in understanding how Cold War forces shaped the Korean Peninsula. Such historical insight can help us think more clearly about the uncertainties and possibilities of the present moment. GWIKS is proud and delighted to present an opportunity to explore this important economic history from multiple perspectives and to consider the lessons it offers. Please join me in welcoming our speakers and in engaging in a productive and stimulating dialogue with one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yoongi. I just want to reiterate that GWIKS could not exist without the foundation that Yoongi Kim built for Korean studies here in the nation's capital and at GW specifically. So thank you for joining us and for offering these welcome remarks this morning. It's now my pleasure to turn it over to our organizer, Greg Brzezinski. Many of you know him. I would urge you to check out his new book about the emotional connections between China and North Korea, which just was published last month. So thank you, and here's turning it over to Greg.
Thank you. I just wanted to say briefly, I agreed about 5 years ago that as part of our AKS grant that I would organize a conference, and at the time I said, well, I'll do something on the Cold War. And then I thought, well, I won't have to think about it for 5 years, so I'll think about it more then. And then when it finally came to be my time, I was actually, really struggling a little bit. And then I just sort of thought, like, who are the most interesting people in Korean studies right now, and what are they working on? And a lot of today's speakers, actually all of today's speakers and commenters, I invited because I thought they are the ones who are doing the most interesting work. And I said, what is the common thread in the work that they're doing? And a lot of them focused on the economy of either North or South Korea in one way or another. We have a sort of broad definition of economy and economics here today. But I think there's a lot of different ways to approach the topic. So what I'm going to do is get our first panel going, and I'm going to introduce the moderator for the panel, who will then in turn introduce the speakers. But our moderator, and we're very grateful to have him with us, is Oliver Kim, who is a research fellow at Coefficient Giving, where he researches areas to fund in global health and development. His academic research spans contemporary development topics in sub-Saharan Africa, and he also does historical work about the East Asian tigers. He blogs, check out his blogs. He blogs about development and economic history at the popular Substack, globaldevelopment.org, and he has his PhD in economics from the University of California, Berkeley. So please welcome Dr. Oliver Kim.
Thanks, Greg, for that warm introduction. So it's my pleasure to be moderating this first panel today. Our first speaker here is Dr. Patrick Chung, who is an assistant professor of history at the University of Maryland. His research explores the impact of the US military on economic life, particularly in the context of the Cold War, Pacific, and South Korea. And his first book, Standardizing Empire, the US Military, Korea, and the Origins of Military-Industrial Capitalism, was published actually just earlier this week, right? So congratulations by University of Pennsylvania Press. And today he'll be presenting on the Korean War and the origins of the military-industrial capitalist world order. Our second speaker is Dr. Jungmin Kim, assistant professor of history at the University of Manitoba. Her research focuses on the histories of modern Korea and East Asia, the US and the world, gender and sexuality, and militarism and capitalism. Her new book, Black Market Intimacies, the Trans-Pacific Sexual Economy of the Korean War, is forthcoming from Stanford University Press. And today she'll be presenting a paper drawn from that project. So Patrick, do you want to take away the first talk?
Thank you all for coming. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me, and all of you for taking the time on this beautiful Friday morning to come listen to our talks. The title of my talk is The Korean War and the Origins of the Military-Industrial Capitalist World Order. And I want to take this chance to kind of introduce this concept Many of you probably have heard the term military-industrial complex. So what is the kind of benefit of reframing it around this idea of capitalism versus complex? So I want to start with a picture that I encountered during the research for my book. And it was from a photo album from a man named Morris C. McEldowney. He was a US Army chaplain who actually loved to take pictures. So he has this amazing collection of not only photographs, but annotations. And he took the time to take a picture of this bridge, which you might recognize as an earlier form of the Han River Bridge. It is kind of the key point of reference for many people outside of the Korean Peninsula about the sort of outbreak of the Korean War. Shortly after North Korean forces entered South Korea, they quickly sort of were able to take Seoul, and sort of in retreating sort of South Korean forces at the behest of the South Korean government, ordered the bombing of this bridge, as well as a series of other bridges across the Han River. And you can see, I don't know if you can read the sort of caption here, but he says it was at this point then that thousands of Koreans died during the recent war. The Han River lies between Seoul and North Korea. And quote, some idiot blew the center spans of this bridge 24 hours early and people drowned like rats. This event was widely covered in the US press. So the New York Times, as well as other major newspapers, as well as Life magazine, actually printed these very sort of vivid depictions of the evacuation of Seoul, written by journalists who were actually part of this evacuation. One actually wrote quite colorfully of actually being on the bridge when it was exploded, right? I kind of want to begin with this bridge, one, to sort of highlight the sort of physical and sort of capital damage that the war enacted, but also because the Han River has become sort of a symbol of what came afterwards, right? This triumphalist narrative of the South Korean economic miracle. Many of the sort of images revolve around the Han River, right? So one of the kind of main ways in which that economic development has been discussed is the miracle on the Han. What's interesting about focusing specifically on the bridge is in a lot of ways it sort of encapsulate what I argue is kind of directly on the surface, but often overlooked, the sort of centrality of warfare and the centrality of the military in understanding the economic development that occurred in South Korea, right? So there's been a wide range of, I think, really insightful studies that have highlighted things like US sort of developmental assistance, the South Korean developmental state. But I think less attention has been focused on kind of, I think, a really sort of key aspect of South Korea that distinguishes it from much of the rest of the sort of decolonizing world following World War II, which was the sustained engagement with the US military and the sustained presence of the US military in South Korea. So to kind of highlight how this transition happened, right? So this is the destruction that occurred following the Korean War. This is an image of Seoul, and this is sort of a more kind of modern day image. I want to sort of go back to the immediate post-war period and highlight sort of similar images, right? So going clockwise, these are images of Tokyo, Frankfurt, and Busan. I think things that kind of bring these images kind of together are not only the destruction, but if you kind of think forward, the kind of post-war histories of South Korea, Germany, and Japan have sort of really close resonances, right? And one of them, I would argue, and I'm going to highlight in this talk, is through the presence of the US military, right? These are kind of three of the kind of key points in which during the Cold War, the US military operated and sort of projected US power through the rest of the globe. And sort of, I'm going to say it's not a coincidence that these three countries also were among the most economically successful in terms of development during the Cold War as well, right? So I kind of want to highlight why that was and sort of explain why that was. And to sort of make this point and kind of get to kind of the larger conceptual idea of military industrial capitalism, I want to show you two maps. This is a map of US military bases as well as US conflicts that occurred between 1946 and 1949. So you can sort of see post-World War II, the US military was kind of the most sort of global aspect of the United States, right? So if you lived outside the United States, you were most likely to have encountered directly the United States through the US military, right? And that's not only through kind of like combat, but also the presence of these bases. And what happens over the course of the Cold War that actually is a major sort of departure from previous US military history is that there isn't a major demobilization. There's actually kind of an intensification and expansion of the US military's operations globally. And to sort of highlight this point, this is a map from sort of the last decade of the Cold War. And you can see rather than contracting, you see sort of an expansion of the US military's global network. What I suggest and what this idea of military industrial capitalism seeks to analyze is the sort of multifaceted, countless, and sometimes invisible economic processes that enable that military base network to evolve over time, right? So we often think about military bases in terms of sort of politics, sort of the projection of power, sort of the geostrategic value of military bases. But another way to think about them is sort of ways in which economic activity gets conglomerated and economic activity becomes integrated across national borders. So sort of military industrial capitalism helps sort of highlight the process, whereas military industrial complex, I think, often is associated with a sort of static group of actors, often within a single nation state. Most often the United States. Sort of what I'm trying to seek to kind of push back on is that this was a larger global process, one in which different types of actors at different times, different contexts engage with sort of this economic superstructure, right? So that's sort of what I want to sort of delve into a little bit more specifically or give you some more concrete details with the rest of my talk. In my book, I kind of look at the three major sort of sites where the operation of military industrial capitalism really became clear, at least for me. The construction of infrastructure, which is closely related to that military base network, and sort of, I think, the kind of related phenomena of sort of circulating capital, as well as coordinating productive processes. And I show that the Korean War is really like a key point in which these three kind of systems or kind of practices by the US military really began to take shape. And I think the reason for that's clear. It's sort of the first major hot conflict of the Cold War. And in a lot of ways, it really made the US military begin to think about and operationalize the concept of this sort of kind of limitless war, both geographically and temporally. So first, the construction of infrastructure. I want to just like to highlight just sort of the tactical movements that occurred on the ground in the Korean War. And more than sort of the specifics, I wanted to sort of highlight these arrows and images and sort of highlight during the first year of the Korean War, there were these major shifts in the front lines. The movement of troops, the supplying of troops was a major challenge. So if you look at a lot of the military documentation, that's something that they always struggled with. I think one of the more colorful examples of this process happened in September 1950. This was shortly after the sort of breakout from the Busan perimeter. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, during the initial stages of the war, sort of North Korean forces pretty much tied down South Korean and then later UN forces into the area surrounding the port city of Busan. It was only after kind of the influx of US as well as other UN troops that you begin to see a counteroffensive. So this river crossing of the Kamo River took place during that sort of initial counteroffensive. And I just want to just point out that at one point when crossing this point right here, the 24 Cavalry Division found that there was no bridge to cross. So they literally had to travel to the Nakdong River, borrow a mobile bridge overnight bring it back to this crossing site, cross, and then bring the sort of bridge back to the Nakhtong River, right? It's sort of a very colorful anecdote that highlighted sort of a reality and challenge facing U.S. military, the U.S. military, as well as the South Korean military during the Korean War, an infrastructural deficit in South Korea, right? This was sort of the result of sort of decades of sort of uneven colonial development, as well as sort of initial South Korean conflict. But what you see over the course of the war is sustained attempts and sustained investment by the US military to build infrastructure, because that's just sort of how modern warfare works, right? Mechanized warfare requires infrastructure. South Korea did not have infrastructure compatible with the US military's sort of roads, a way of war, what have you. And you can sort of see kind of this huge increases in the various transportation infrastructural systems in South Korea. So sort of this need, I don't kind of to zoom out a little bit, this is a process that was very concentrated because of the war in South Korea, but is going on around the world during sort of its immediate aftermath. The US military is seeking to build out a world physically that would make it sort of compatible with the way it operated. This leads to the first consideration: infrastructure does not come out of nowhere. It is not free. So what you see to sort of support these efforts during the war in Korea, as well as outside of Korea and following the war, is a sustained program of capital investment. So to kind of give you the other side of that table I ended the last section with, there was this huge increase in sort of the amount of infrastructure, huge amounts of capital invested into South Korea. So adjusted to 2024 dollars, roughly you see about $2 billion being spent on sort of construction alone in South Korea by the United States, a large portion of which actually went to transportation systems. And this is sort of a process that continues over the course of the 1950s. One of the big shifts that you see in sort of the way in which US foreign policy operates is that military and defense considerations become central to pretty much all US foreign assistance programs, sort of known as the Mutual Security Program. Previously, sort of separations between military and civilian aid becomes sort of combined, with national defense really becoming the central point that decides how the United States is funding and circulating capital abroad, right? So in a lot of ways, sort of investment at a time following World War II, where capital is at a shortage, you have the United States infusing capital into the global economy. However, it's sort of mediated through the sort of strategic necessities and strategic priorities of the US military. You can sort of see this physically in post-war South Korea. This is a picture of all the various US Army construction sites in South Korea. Much of the sort of huge amounts of aid going into South Korea during the 1950s, following the cessation of hostilities, is actually going towards expanding these bases, as well as providing kind of key utilities and sort of transportation and infrastructural support for these bases. And it had a huge impact on the South Korean economy, right? I want to talk a little bit briefly here about how it's changing kind of the sort of evolution of the South Korean economy in two ways. One, you sort of see the US military exerting a huge role on wages in South Korea throughout the 1950s. Roughly speaking, it was the second largest employer in South Korea, following the South Korean government itself. And you can see sort of the ways in which the US military sort of valued South Korean labor, right? Like, despite the fact that you have higher wages from other multinational organizations, as well as actually even in the private sector in some instances, the sort of persistent presence of the US military and the huge amount of work that it was providing led to sort of downward pressure on wages, right? So in a lot of ways, it helped establish a baseline for labor, sort of the post-war labor history of South Korea, right? And I think you kind of get a flavor for that. Like, if you want to get a little bit of a quote, like the US military in a lot of ways are interacting with South Koreans, not only directly as an employer, but actually more importantly, as a sort of contractor, right? So this is a quote from a US Army engineer talking about the immediate post-war period. I think it's sort of meant to be a compliment about how amenable South Korean contractors are, but I think it really sort of speaks to the ways in which sort of US understandings of sort of race, nationality, ideology is really kind of influencing sort of the everyday lives and everyday economic processes going on in South Korea. So a sort of final kind of pillar, I would say, of the way military industrial capitalism works is sort of you have the influx of capital, but you also have consumption. All right, the US military is overseeing a lot of huge construction projects, not only in South Korea, but around the world. And to kind of highlight this point, this is a very dense table, but I wanted to show you just how wide ranging this was in terms of the industries, companies that were involved, right? The US military, because of its global scope, because of this huge defense budget, because of the wide ranging nature of its construction projects, was buying all sorts of things, right? So not just weapons, but everyday sort of materials like lumber, nails, and I'll talk about in a second, cast iron pipes. So in a lot of ways, the US military is not only sort of impacting the South Korean economy, but the global economy because it's sourcing its materials and sort of buying things around the world. And to highlight sort of this process, I want to talk about waterworks projects. So this was a sort of category of developmental projects that occurred in South Korea, but around the world as well. And I find it useful because it uses a large number of different products and actually, as you'll see, draws from a large number of different contractors. The thing I highlight about the contracting process that it might not be readily apparent is the way that the US military exerts influence on sort of companies is it has these things. This is a specification. So if you want to win a US military contract, you have to not only meet sort of certain cost requirements, but certain sort of specifications on how products are produced. Right, this is sort of something that if you buy anything on scale, you kind of need to implement as sort of as a quality control as well as cost of sort of saving measure. What's notable about this is that you have contractors from around the world vying for US military contracts. So these are a list of companies who in 1957 sought to sell cast iron pipes in South Korea. They all needed to do two things. One, meet a certain cost requirement, right? So the US military is seeking sort of the lowest cost, but also they need to meet certain specifications for how cast iron pipes are made, right? And I think I argue this is a really significant development within the global economy because following World War II, it wasn't sort of an integrated global economy like we understand today. There was all sorts of different ways in which products were produced. Most notably, there's a lot of different sort of cast iron pipe specifications, right? So by having the US military act as this huge consumer of a wide range of goods and services around the world, just to briefly show you, all of these things are being sort of contracted out to companies around the world. You see a very powerful sort of aggregation and integration of sort of economies all around the world. So you have contractors just by looking at pipes from places like West Germany, Japan, the UK, as well as the United States, all taking part in this contracting process, right? So what I sort of argue is that the US military becomes sort of this standardization force in the global economy. And I think this sort of highlights the role of the Defense Department by sort of the end of the 1960s. The US DoD has issued about 35,000 standards, right? And that's compared to 5,000 by sort of private standards organizations, right? So in a lot of ways, the US military, by having this very robust contracting system, creates and forces a level of integration that creates what we might understand now as a globalized economy. So briefly, I just wanted to kind of give one sort of specific concrete example to close out. I know everything has been a little bit abstract, and I want to talk about one of the more prominent, I would say, beneficiaries of military industrial capitalism, Chung Ju-young, who was the founder of the company Hyundai. And just what struck me about the history is just how he sort of intersected with the US military and those three sort of categories so sort of often throughout the development of the company. So it got its start as an auto repair shop before the war, but during the war it moved to construction, became one of the largest contractors for the US military during the Korean War, expanded into large civilian projects, largely due to that experience as a military contractor. So its first major civilian project was actually completing the construction of that Han River Bridge that we started out this talk with. Sort of infrastructure would remain kind of a key part of Hyundai's growth story, like just looking at bridges over the Han River. It would build 13 during the subsequent decades. And in a lot of ways, construction remained key to the company's growth, even as it moved into other sectors, right? So in a lot of ways, sort of the company sort of acknowledges the early sort of influx of capital and technology and expertise that US military contracts had. Chung actually, in one of his memoirs, points out the value of US specifications for Hyundai's later manufacturing operations, right? So if you kind of look at Hyundai as like a microcosm of the South Korean economic miracle, you can sort of see the close tie with the US military, and actually sort of more than the US military, sort of an engagement with this system that I'm calling military industrial capitalism, right? So you can still see in sort of the company's literature how it sort of foregrounds construction. Another reason why I wanted to show you this map is there's a decent amount of overlap in where Hyundai ultimately operates during the Cold War as a construction company and the number of base and where there are US military bases, right? And I just want to end with this image. All of these dots are sort of publicly acknowledged US military facilities. This actually should be 2017. Apologies. And I kind of wanted to highlight this as not only sort of to highlight the point about Hyundai, but to sort of invite you to sort of think about these dots, not only as points of deployment for US sort of troops and the military, but also these locations of intense economic activity, right? So Chungju-an might be one of the most prominent beneficiaries of military industrial capitalism, but there are countless other stories like this one where individuals, states, corporations are really depending on kind of the operation of the US military in order to sort of promote and gain economics. So with that, I'll end it there. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to any questions.
Right, thank you, Patrick. I think we'll move directly into Chungmin's presentation.
First, thank you for the introduction, Dr. Kim. And also I would like to thank the organizers and everyone at GW for their support and organizing work to make this event happen. Okay, I would like to begin my presentation with this image on the slide, which is the cover design of my forthcoming book with the same title. And the illustration introduces 3 scenes, all of which happened during the Korean War, but at different locations and by different actors. So the bottom photo is here, a refugee town in wartime Busan. This is one of many photos that UNCRA, United Nations Korean Reconstruction Agency, produced during their mission in Korea. And these photos, likely I think these two were taken from the same location based on the setting and the background and such. They both show these serration boxes that were used as roofing materials for temporary refugee houses. This kind of visual documentation would be usually presented as evidence of material hardship the Korean population went through during the war. Economies on the top is from Japan, and this hand-illustrated map of the city of Kunitachi was produced by GHQ, the commanding authority of the US occupation of Japan, when they got a report on illegally run houses of prostitution from town residents and conducted a joint investigation with local authorities. So prior to the Korean War, just to give you a little bit of context here, Kunitachi was a small town whose main economy was education-related one, because it hosted several high schools and colleges, including Hitotobashi University. And the Korean War quickly turned this Kunitachi into a US-based town, largely because of its location between Tokyo. You can see here the arrow. This side is Tokyo, and Tachikawa Air Base. Tachikawa Air Base was the main staging station for Korean War troops and supply channel in the Tokyo area. And on this map, the areas marked with red dots indicate the hotels that provided commercial sex without permit. Most of the customers were soldiers on leave from Korea through this rest and recuperation program, or more commonly known as R&R, that granted soldiers a 3 to 5 day leave from their service. And the R&R program was run as a state military cooperation. The US military considered this program as an essential moral booster for their fighting men. And for Japanese government, the financial benefits the country would gain from hosting the troops was a great incentive. From your angle, the right top photo here, for example, this soldier was recorded 25,000 R&R returnee. When he arrived in Tachikawa base, he was welcomed by this army base band in the airfield, and the governor of Tokyo invited him to his office and later gave him a tour of the city's entertainment section, including bars and nightclubs that were not available in Korea. And as the large key-shaped award here given to him implies, the core of this R&R program was access to women and commercial sex, which was not included in the official program, but what Japanese government and also US military openly endorsed. And the third image at the center is a bag of US military notes, the military payment certificates, or MPCs. So these military notes were US military's official medium of payment, globally issued and used between 1946 and 73. And the main idea behind this program was to separate the US-based economy from host countries' local economy, while supporting the global network of US overseas bases as a one integrated system. So on the one hand, presumably, these MPCs were only valid on US military establishment and accessible to authorized personnel, such as soldiers and their legal dependents. And you can see here on this notes that there's a clear message on both sides of each denomination that the use of this money is restricted to authorized personnel and designated sites. But on the other hand, as this chart shows, MPC was a global money that connected all US bases together. And except for this specific series that were exclusively circulated during the Vietnam War, the same notes were simultaneously used in all US bases, including Korea and Japan. And this global circulation of MPC notes, against the intention, did not remain in the internal circle of US bases. Instead, it created a larger scale of base black market in almost all countries where US troops were stationed. In those local markets, those MPC notes were called red money. And I guess it's perhaps in contrast with the greenback US dollars. And so the green versus red, and this red money served as de facto currency for everyday transactions between US soldiers and local populations. And now, then these three sites together made what I call the Trans-Pacific sexual economy of the Korean War. And the question is then what are the connections among these seemingly separate three elements of the war? And why was it a sexual economy? In answering these questions, I would like to introduce another story that did not appear in this picture. In early afternoon of January 25th, 1952, third winter into the Korean War, a U.S. officer named William Trollinger was leaving his camp, K-10, located in Jinhae, Southwest Korea. He reported to the checkpoint guards that he had 8 cases of Army whiskey loaded in his military truck and then left for his destination, as if he was on official duty. As it turned out, however, MP were not able to find any transportation dispatch scheduled for that afternoon. So when he came back from his trip later that day, he was questioned about the source of these 8 cases of whiskey and their whereabouts. In response, Trollinger admitted that he had delivered the Army liquor to a Korean civilian house a few miles away from the camp. And upon his confession, a search team was dispatched to the house and found the whiskey there. To be more specific, the items were discovered in a room rented to 21-year-old Korean woman named Seo Sun-hee. Trollinger's action constituted violation of the code of conduct in 2 ways. One, for his mishandling of U.S. government property, named ration whiskey, and the other for entering a Korean civilian residence without authorization. Accordingly, he was brought to court-martial. In the process of this court-martial, a longer history of his relationship with the recipient of the Army whiskey, Seo Sun-hee, came to light. When the patrol searched Seo Sun-hee's place, they also found a photo of Trollinger and a gun that was believed to belong to this officer in the room. The court records also notes that these two remained intimate since he was assigned to K-10 in 1951. And over the several months, Trollinger would bring Seo Sun-hee bottles of whiskey and other PX supplies, and she would take those to the local markets in her town or other bigger cities, such as Busan, where larger scale black markets were in operation. However, what is interesting about this court record is that the obvious sexual nature of their relationship went unquestioned in the investigation process, despite the fact that that would add another charge to the officer's record because the U.S. military formally prohibited their service members' association with local women in such a manner. But that information only mattered as a background story of the soldiers' scheme to profit off the army supplies. The story of Trollinger and Seo Sun-hee is a familiar and unfamiliar one to us at the same time. Trollinger was one of the over 1.8 million US soldiers serving the Korean War between 1950 and 53. The relationship between a middle-aged married US captain and a Korean woman in her early 20s over transactional sex was what was known to be the most prevalent form of daily encounters between foreign soldiers and Koreans during the war. The military judges presiding over Trollinger's case might have thought such a relationship itself was too common to note or too trivial to trouble with. Perhaps that's why, partly, the officer admitted his crime too easily. For the military inspectors, their men looking for local women and smuggling out Russian liquor or PX supplies were considered perhaps minor cost of the military operations, financially and morally. And this familiar lens has also shaped the ways in which scholars we approach the topic as well. For contemporary historians, usually Seo Sun-hee's case would add to another story of how local civilians were victimized by war. Yes, we know that Seo Sun-hee, when she received these supplies from Trollinger, she would bring them to local black markets to trade them. Knowingly illegal and openly secret, these black markets handling war supplies leaked from US Army were de facto civilian economy throughout the war, where Koreans would go to find daily necessities and to seek a means of living as vendors, brokers, and suppliers. But we do not know how Seo Sun-hee more often than not returned a portion of the margin she made with Trollinger. against the assumption that their transaction was a one-way flow of sex for goods exchange between these US soldiers who had the might and material power, and local women suffering scarcity and lack of livelihood. We also do not know how she converted Korean currency into MPC notes, which was not officially allowed to local civilians, but she did that easily on local black markets and then paid Trollinger with those military notes. This unpredictable or unexplained move Seosunyi made tell us that details of Trollinger and Seosunyi's record that have been left unattended by these military judges of the time and later historians may deserve a further look. So let me tell you the rest of the story here. First, Seosunyi and many other Korean women took part in this wartime sexual market in every possible format and setting. They included various forms of purchased intimacy with shared material interests, like Seosunyi's relationship with Trollinger, but also other practices took place under the pretext of official employment with the US military, such as house girls, and also dancers and bar servers at the government-sanctioned facilities, including clubs that permitted to US soldiers. And locations of these their sexual encounters also varied from Busan, Daegu, Suwon, Seoul, Incheon, all the way up to the front, and Jeju Island in the far south. Importantly, the sexual transactions they made with foreign soldiers were not necessarily reduced to transactional sex per se, but expanded into the wider web of what I called sex-mediated economy. In Busan, for example, where Seosunyi took much of the supplies she received from Trollinger, we have these two US private, Joseph McDonald and James Badwell. They remain the record of their own excursion. In September 1950, they made a day trip to Busan from their camp located outside the city to purchase food and other items needed for their unit. After they finished the official business, instead of going back to their unit, they proceeded to a local store where they converted their MPC notes into Korean won and purchased the local liquor from another Korean shop. It was around 9 p.m. when they were sitting at a local cafe, and they were approached by these two Koreans who asked them if they wanted any woman. With the soldiers' positive answer, these brokers took them to a nearby hotel that was run by another Korean woman in her 30s, and one of the brokers went to the house of Kim Jung-ja to inquire if she was interested in serving as quote-unquote prostitute for the two soldiers. A recap of these two US soldiers' half-day trip helps us glimpse into how the wartime sexual economy worked. It was only a few months into the war, but these two foreign soldiers navigated the alleyways of downtown Busan to find what they wanted without much difficulty. At the Korean cafe, two foreign men in their military uniform were sitting right next to local patrons and refugees looking for jobs and their families. The brokers had their own established network of business with connections to local hotels and women. Perhaps the local dealers who exchanged MPC notes for McDonald and Badwell did not think they were part of the sexual economy because they were not involved in transactional sex itself, but they were all connected when the money that the two soldiers exchanged there were used to pay at the hotel. And the local patrons of the cafe McDonald and Badwell visited would also be part of this sex-mediated everyday economy of the war when the cafe was located right next to the black market, trading ration cigarettes and army liquor smuggled out of the camp, and some of those items were consumed by the cafe visitors. In this sex-mediated market, women like Seosunyi became the main liaison between local and military economies for their role as crucial suppliers of army goods to the market. They were what their contemporaries called Mrs. Yuans, a term that became popular during the war. Mrs. Yuans referred to local women who were in intimate relationship with foreign soldiers with their access to army supplies and NPC notes. The social view of these women was kind of ambivalent. On the one hand, they were recognized as the main contributors to the local economy. But however, as the name itself indicates, they were also flagged for their abuse of power, which was attributed to Mr. Yuans, who were believed to be the real source of the women's material power. So by this logic, these women were counterproductive because their excessive consumption and abusive behavior were not in line with the wartime mode of living, and despite the recognition of the women being the main suppliers of the army goods, their labor of circulation did not count. There is this strong assumption that the commodity value of army supplies was pre-given from the beginning, when these items were exchanged or handed from soldiers to the women. However, the reason that soldiers were able to use these goods instead of cash was precisely because these ration goods and PX supplies were provided to them for free or at nominal charge, which means the army supplies came to the country as decommodified supplies, and their exchange value outside the base was temporarily suspended. And the process of recommodification of these items was not automatic or guaranteed. Instead, it involved a series of different labor. And it was the women like Sosuni who did the labor of circulation, brokering, and speculation. For Seo, it was army whiskey, but for Yoon Gil-sun in Chuncheon, it was Lucky Strike cigarettes that First Lieutenant George Haney delivered to her. Yoon Gil-sun then sold these ration cigarettes to her neighbors and shared the margin with Haney over several occasions. And this was how both Yoon Gil-sun and Sosuni secured their own payment from the soldiers. The monetary value of these whiskey or cigarettes were now predetermined at the moment of exchange between the soldiers and the women, but only realized when they closed their sale at the local market and paid back whatever agreed amount that they paid to the soldiers. And this way, soldiers were able to maintain their sexual contract with these women without using their own funds. And importantly, this sexual economy was not an isolated war market in Korea. Instead, it was a cross-border economy by nature. Now, we know that the 8 cases of whiskey Trollinger transported to Sosuni's room were brought in from Itajuke Air Base in Fukuoka, Japan. On January 24, 1952, the day before Trollinger delivered the whiskey to Sosuni's house, Private First Class John Fair was assigned the weekly transportation of dry cleaning from K-10 to the Itajuke base. And while on duty, Fair purchased 10 cases of army whiskey at the officers' club inside the Itajuke base and shipped them back while padded between clean dry on a military aircraft next day. When the cargo plane arrived at K-10, his boss, Sergeant Mozgowski, offered to help Fair unload the liquor and then took 2 cases himself before handing the rest to Trollinger. The sergeant was willing to provide Trollinger with the information about who was on the transportation duty roster in exchange for his own share. It was Fair this time who executed this cross-border smuggling, but only because Fair had replaced Corporal Gulas for the trip to Fukuoka that week. And sometimes off-duty soldiers on RNR were recruited in this scheme as well. When Sergeant Eugene Germano was waiting for his RNL leave to Japan, scheduled in December 1951. Trollinger again approached him and asked to buy 40 yards of velvet from a specific store in Ginza, Tokyo. And the RNL soldier visited the store and made a purchase. And upon his return from leave, he hid this item behind his bunk bed and reported to his commander, where he placed the velvet. A day later, he noticed that the box containing this fabric was gone. And the yards of velvet smuggled through this unreported channel of RNR eventually turned into several pieces of women's dress by Sosuni and traded on local market. And this broader network of the war and occupation was how the MPC notes became money on off-base markets in both Japan and Korea as well. The monetary value of MPC notes were supposed to be restricted to inside the base network with one MPC note to $1 exchange value when they were used or exchanged through this official army channel. But in the meantime, the exchange value of US dollar to local currency was different at each country. And the MPC market, in that sense, had to be global economy because the artificial gap between MPC, US greenback, and local currencies was what resulted in profit when these military notes traveled across the countries where the same series notes were in circulation. Throughout the Korean War, Japan and Korea provided a major market, currency market for each other. As much of these Korean MPC notes were brought in by the soldiers on R&R or on rotation and spent those money in US-based towns in Japan, where the sectional market catering to war troops was the central feature of the revitalized base economy. Notably, Itajuke and Tachikawa bases both served as major R&R reception centers. Now, we can go back to where we started. Maybe better answers for how the army goods arrived in Korea initially as subsidized war supplies turned into wartime commodities, and how MPC notes became the global money connecting local economies of Japan and Korea during the war, and why the stories of the women like Sosuni matter in understanding this trans-Pacific sexual and sex-mediated economy of the Korean War. To conclude, with this story, I kind of want to think about or rethink a few assumptions based on this idea of separation when we think about this trans-Pacific war economy. The separation between the sex industry as an isolated sector in the economy, especially in the context of war, as incidental, illicit, or temporary economy caused by crisis, versus former, legitimate, irregular economy. Number two, separation between wartime and post-war or peacetime economy. The story we just learned from Sosuni and other women tells us that the post-war economy in US-occupied Japan and the wartime Korea, they formed a one integrated market. And we cannot quite separate these into two different historical or geographical categories. And there's this dominant corridor narrative of US material and military power as pre-given. Therefore, Korea and Japan as a beneficiary of aid or victims of this domination. This framing often lacks the question of where the concrete value of this power came from and by whose labor. And perhaps by looking at her story and other women's, we can learn one concrete process of this specific process. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you to both of our presenters. I'll quickly offer some comments on Patrick's paper. Speaking as an economist, a lot of the history of the Cold War Korean economy typically emphasizes the national developmental state, the role of industrial policy like state subsidies for capital, the famous export drive of Park Chung-hee in fostering the Korean miracle. But Patrick's notion of this military industrial capitalism helpfully sort of resituates that the economic history in the context of a global US military that reshaped economies on both sides of the Pacific. And as I like the example of the Chaebol of Hyundai, which was able to successfully navigate this resulting empire standards and become this immensely successful sort of global conglomerate. So I'm really looking forward to reading Patrick's book, which will hopefully further shed light on what's like I think a pretty neglected aspect of Korea's economic history. On Chungmin's paper, I would say this is also a very important sort of intervention in the economic history of Cold War South Korea. So often I'd say like economic history of the type that I do emphasizes what can be quantified, while ignoring what can't. And sex work and black markets were of course illicit, and so went unrecorded in the official statistics. And so just sort of by the nature, they get excluded from our discussion of thinking about of Korean development. But these are obviously perennials in any wartime or indeed peacetime economy. As your cases studies illustrate, their influence were pervasive. Mrs. UNs were a critical liaison between the military economy and the civilian economy, and helped realize the value of decommodified army supplies. So it was a big deal. And yet, in spite of this role, Mrs. UNs were seen as either unproductive or counterproductive, and to a large extent, ignorance of that role sort of continues today. So on the face of it, we have two very different papers. One is about the formal economy, industrial champions like Hyundai, what Lenin once called like the commanding heights of the economy. On the other, you have the intimacies of sex work, the consumer black market, features that neither, I would say, the Korean government or the U.S. military would likely have widely acknowledged. But there are important similarities, right? Both argue that the Korean War economy was not a self-contained national event, but part of a trans-Pacific system, one that linked Korea, Japan, and the United States through flows of capital, goods, and human bodies. And both papers ultimately actually converge a little bit on the question of who captures the value of this exchange, right? Especially in these economic interactions with the US hegemon. So Patrick shows how Korean firms like Hyundai became immensely profitable from military industrial capitalism. And Kim shows how individual Korean women captured value from the sexual economy in ways that were precarious, criminalized, and often rendered historically invisible. And so that asymmetry there between the formal and the informal, I think, is worth sitting with a little bit. My first question is for Patrick. I'm curious to dwell a little bit on this question of agency here. So as I mentioned, the traditional conventional sort of view really emphasizes the sort of the enterprising Korean state. And you mentioned specifically this example of Hyundai as financially benefiting from its relationship with the US military while not being beholden to it. How do you think about this tension between, I guess, your sort of more global systemic account versus the previous literature, which is focused more on local agency? And then my question for Chungmin is, I think the topic that comes to mind when people bring up the words like sex work and warfare in the context of Korean history is often the comfort woman, right? The women and girls who were forced into sexual slavery by the Imperial Army. I'm wondering if there are any sort of historical or institutional continuities of the sexual economy that you want to highlight, either looking before to the Japanese occupation or perhaps afterwards to the Vietnam War.
I can briefly answer that question. I think it's a question of scale and periodization, which I found really interesting. One of the things I really wanted to do with this project was dwell not only on the Korean War, but sort of its aftermath. And I think two things emerged. One is there is agency and asymmetries of power, but however, I don't think there is this sort of a particular foresight. I think one of the interesting things about our current moment is a lot of these questions about the role of the U.S. economy vis-a-vis sort of places like South Korea actually was the plan during the 1950s. They wanted to develop places like Korea so they were so self-sufficient, didn't need sort of U.S. aid. And in a lot of ways, it was a success. However, if you look at sort of the United States in a disaggregated sense, who benefited, right, is a really important question. And I think one of the surprises that came from my research is that U.S. workers were a major loser in my story, where you have the industrialization of places like Korea, which was a major goal of policymakers during the 1950s. But sort of from the vantage point of today, it actually was something that not only U.S. workers, but I think the U.S. state is trying to reckon with, sort of looking at things over the longer time scale. I think helps us kind of contend with kind of the tensions between agency as well as sort of kind of contingency as well. That sort of.
Thanks for the comments and the question. Yeah, I agree that Patrick and my the papers are kind of really nice, speak to each other in many ways. And as Patrick said, we both look at this U.S.-based economy or U.S.-based not only as a geopolitical network, but as well how the invisible economy matters here, and the middle level and then ground level. And also, I try to see that how this wartime sexual economy is not only about site of reproduction or consumption, it is simultaneously site of production, right? And so when we think about this historical continuity, especially there is some sort of historical development of this wartime sexual economy into camptown military prostitution after the Korean War, and there's a historical continuity. But I think it's very important for us to take a historical approach here. So during the Korean War, for example, that so I mean, in terms of longer chronology, and U.S. bases, of course, globally or only expanding. But if you look at this Korean War period, and by late 1940s, there is kind of like a reduction of US bases globally, especially in Asia. And then during the Korean War, they started re-expanding. And the Korean War was, of course, part of the picture. And the important difference between pre-World War II base practice and then post-World War II, especially after 1950, is that US bases, they would stay permanently. So up to World War II, there's this assumption that US military would leave after the war is concluded. But this post-World War II bases were based on this semi or quasi-permanent station in the country. So this idea of like military prostitution in those US-based towns that we see from post-war period wasn't practiced yet during the Korean War. And some of those practices that took place during the war were consolidated into those US-based towns in post-war period. But for example, that the people who were in this economy wouldn't necessarily consider themselves, for example, sex workers or prostitutes. Instead, they were just trying to live through the war without any clear labeling for their labor and such. And also, it's very important for us, I think, as scholars, because if you don't have the labeling in front of you, you can see actually how this sexual labor is connected to other forms of gendered and invisible and intimate labor. And it helps us to re-understand or understand this post-war camptown history, I think, in a more richer way as well. Because if you look at this post-war camptown history, it is also not just about transactional sex. And any feminist historian who would work on this kind of topic would agree that prostitution or sex work is more than transactional sex itself. So there we see a lot of this quasi-marriage relationship between soldiers and women. A lot of these women in US-based towns in post-Korean War, South Korea, also were involved in this kind of black market economy. So there's a continuity, but it's not because of there is a transactional sex between soldiers and women, because there's much broader sex-mediated economy, both wartime and post-wartime.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor up to more questions.
Hello, good morning. My name is Christine, and my question is for Professor Chung. So when I personally think about the military-industrial complex, I think about the network of trans-Pacific elites, and I think your presentation also highlighted that part. But when I think about the word capitalism, I think I also think more broadly about the societal and cultural implications that come with that word, and I can see how that might also kind of fit into your topic, because personally, I've also heard stories from my parents about how having a US military base close by to their neighborhood when they were children, it also kind of has the cultural aspect of how I don't know, they would want American treats and things like that. So I was wondering if that kind of social aspect has any part to play in your research.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of my research, or at least my sort of intent with this research is understanding kind of the wide-ranging ramifications of it. One of the reasons why I hesitate to use military-industrial complex is it does focus on these elites, but it's a much larger process. And I think militarization occurred at all facets of society. And I think Chungmin's paper really shows that. And I think in a lot of ways, I think particularly in the United States, there's sort of this still hesitation to kind of realize that the barrier between the civilian military, whether it's economic, social, cultural, acknowledge that it's a pretty porous and sometimes non-existent kind of boundary, is something that I think I think like there's like a long history of it, but like I think a lot of like U.S. understandings of itself, I've realized, sort of precludes this analysis. Like they kind of separate them. And I think one of the things, the realities of the Cold War is that the U.S. military was this really outsized influence, not only in the United States, but around the world, right? Like one of the things that really strikes me is just sort of, if you look at images of where there are U.S. military bases, the built environments have like a similarity, right? There's like a literal kind of infusion of the U.S. military into kind of everyday life around the world, around the free world.
Dr. Richard Feen, two questions. The first one is, have you looked at least on the sexual economy during the Second World War? Especially if U.S. bases and such. There's two books I'd recommend. One is called What Soldiers Do, which deals with the occupation of France and kind of the sexual economy. And one just came out. It's called Naples 1944. And it's really for the layman, but it has facts and figures on the black market and such, and kind of epitomizes really Italy as a whole, Rome and the others. It's very, very similar on what you're discussing. Also, there's kind of a hidden one, which no one really talks about. I did some work in this years ago, which is during the Second World War under German occupation throughout Europe, and especially the use of camps, concentration camps and others. They were huge. And for the black market, and also for basically sexual slavery for all intents and purposes. And then another question I have kind of relates to actually Vietnam. Long time ago, when I was an undergraduate, there was discussion of using kind of Korea as the model for Vietnam, for post, at that point, winning the war, people who were working at AID. Did you see any kind of reference going forward in your research on any of that?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question and comments. Yes, I love what soldiers do, the Robert's book, and the comparison between World War II and the Korean War period is, I think, interesting and also important. And I didn't spend much time in my presentation today, but one of the questions I want to try to answer with this research is that there's strong connections between black market economy and sexual economy in the context of U.S. war and occupation globally and historically, right? So World War II is one really a prime example, and the Korean War is another prime example. And we see a lot of parallels between these two time periods. And but I think that scholars often assume that the black market economy and the sexual economy is kind of like they are connected, but like there's no clear explanation as to why they work together. And I try to understand, okay, so these army commodities, they have this monetary potential value as commodity outside the US camp, how that realization of value actually took place. And that's sort of my question with those commodities. But as for your question about the World War II, yes, that's very important. And also the Germany and Japan and South Korea, or in that sense, share the similar, I think, historical conditions. And I think by looking at this Korean War time period, we can also rethink that how we understand this World War II period and such. So thanks for the suggestion.
Korea and Vietnam, I think there are a lot of continuities, but also a lot of ruptures too. In terms of like the way kind of logistics and construction work, the big change that happens is you have this sort of privatization that happens after the Korean War. So like the kind of company that is like most associated with military industrial complex, at least during the 60s and 70s, was RMK BRJ, which was this huge construction conglomerate that had ties to LBJ that pretty much took over a lot of the construction that was going on in South Vietnam. But like the transnational and kind of like contracting and sort of wage sort of systems that were present in South Korea like persisted in Vietnam as well. So I think in a lot of ways it gets to that idea of like military industrial capitalism being like a system where different actors at different times and contexts play different roles, right? So you have a lot of the similar things going in terms of the structure, but you have sort of a private conglomerate kind of like spearheading things, whereas the U.S. Army was much more kind of directly involved in Korea, right? So I think it was sort of, in a lot of ways, highlights sort of a larger shift and sort of shift towards privatization that you see in U.S. government operations, but you still have like the participation of a lot of foreign companies, like Hyundai, for instance. Its first major foray into overseas markets was in Cambodia, but it was related to sort of the U.S. buildup in Vietnam, and it went on to be like a major subcontractor for sort of that construction conglomerate, right? So a lot of these structures, I argue, that are established and started to become hashed out in Korea kind of persist during the following decade.
I don't have any sharpened questions, but two episodes I'd like to share with you that I learned and actually witnessed in Korea. So for Patrick, I worked for Hyundai in 1990s, and we were educated about Chung Ju-young's great episodes. So one of them was Chung Ju-young. He actually got a project from the U.S. military, basically constructing a golf course for them in the southern part of Korea. But at the time, it was right after the Korean War, so there was no way for him to acquire any, high quality lawn for the golf course. But he had a deadline, and he rode a helicopter with a U.S. military official to let him inspect the golf course. And his idea was instead of a lawn, seeding the barley. So what the military official actually saw was barley field. But he was, from long distance, he thought it was a great green lawn, and everything went fine. And Hyundai later on, made up for their unfinished work. So that's one episode I'd like to share with you, and I want to ask you to make any comments if you have any about that. For Chungmin, in 1970s, I remembered throughout at least early 1970s, there was a big black market in Seoul, at least in the Itaewon or Hannam-dong area where I lived there. So what I remember was in my neighborhood, there were several families composed of a U.S. military official and their wives, Korean, wives. And after they went shopping at the local Yongsan-based PX, they just released a large part of their shopping list to the local people. So that's how it worked, how the black market worked. And the Korean government was very sensitive to that, and it was banned. For example, the Korean government even, cracked down on purchasing American cigarettes, and the local Korean people who smoke American cigarettes, they had to pay fine. And one of them was my father. That's why I clearly remember that. So maybe this is beyond your research scope, but I wonder if you have any comments on that. Thank you.
I mean, just briefly, I think there's like a lot of really interesting stories like that. I don't know if it was Chung, but I also heard this story about Eisenhower visiting Korea, and sort of there's like a lawn sort of for that visit that died. So they ended up painting it green. Like there's a lot of these like really interesting stories of ingenuity. And I think it speaks to kind of like one of the key things that a lot of these successful kind of military contractors were able to do was sort of meet the demands of the US military. And I think what's interesting to me and what my work tries to do is I think there's a lot of these like triumphalist accounts that highlight the ingenuity of like the founders particularly, but like I think as much or more of their success came from being able to sort of navigate and sort of capitalize on these sort of very unequal structures that enabled them to kind of get access to large portions of capital, pay their workers a certain amount that was below a sort of subsistence in some instances, and enable them to profit. So yeah, I think that's like a really great story, and actually I had not heard that one.
So During my research, I also spent some time in US-based towns in Korea, in Pyeongtaek and such. And I learned also similar stories from those like former based town residents and other women there. And I think the interesting sort of connection or discontinuity between wartime and post-war South Korea in terms of this black market economy and sexual economy is, during the war, what I call this omnipresence of sexual economy in the peninsula was witnessed. So there's no kind of like clear, it's kind of hard to separate this black market economy from sexual economy. And they were kind of like in one market that served the civilian economy and military at the same time. In the wartime, the post-war South Korea, I mentioned this U.S. basing politics in post-Korean War period. The idea behind this permanent U.S. basing system is also the isolation and containment. They shouldn't be visible to the rest of the society, despite the actual impact of those basing systems. So a lot of this like military sexual economy now is isolated into those remote areas where those bases are located. And these black markets now became kind of like sort of like a symbol of American consumerism. And so there is this market for upper class who has this access to US PX system, right? And then there are people who are like trying to find a way to connect those networks through their sort of different way. And it's interesting because a lot of these women in the US-based towns who had a relationship with the US soldiers said there was this, for example, women who would visit them on a regular basis, and they called them PX ajumma or PX ladies, who would buy those items from these women and then resell them on local markets. And I assume some of those like cigarettes your father smoked also circulated through this channel. But that sort of connections shouldn't be visible, or like it wasn't considered part of these economic connections, right? So there is this idea of separation and containment and remoteness and invisibility that sort of dictated this post-war period.
All right, and can we give a round of applause to our two speakers?
All right, as dictator of GWIKS, I'm going to enforce time and get us started here at 12:15. So it is my great pleasure to welcome Rachel and James and Haeyoung to this panel. Well-known speakers, but let me briefly introduce Rachel before she introduces our speakers for today. So Rachel Min-young Lee, as many of you know, is a senior fellow at the Stimson Center's Korea program in 38 North. And most importantly, in her job, she is co-chair of the GWIKS North Korea Economic Forum. But actually, she has much more, many more accolades. So please join me in welcoming Rachel in this panel.
Thank you, Celeste, for the warm introduction. I am delighted to introduce two distinguished panelists today, Dr. Haeyoung Kim and Dr. James Person. So Dr. Haeyoung Kim is an assistant professor of East Asian history in the Department of History at San Francisco State University. Her research and teaching interests broadly include infrastructure and technology in Korea, empires and their aftermaths, and post-colonial East Asia. Dr. James Person was the founding director of the Hyundai Motor Korea Foundation Center for Korea History and Public Policy. Between 2007 and early 2017, he served as the founding coordinator of the North Korea International Documentation Project at the Wilson Center. And Dr. Person teaches courses also on modern Korean history at the George Washington University. So Dr. Kim, I think I'll hand it over to you now for your presentation without further ado.
Thank you, Rachel, for that introduction and for moderating this panel. And tremendous thanks to Greg Brzezinski and Director Arrington and the George Washington Institute for Korean Studies for hosting and organizing this event. And a tremendous thanks to Pick for all the logistical work that you've done to make this event possible. And to Dr. Person for your contribution. And it's a pleasure to join you all today. So the early Cold War economy of North Korea is most often understood through the frameworks of socialist aid and fraternal solidarities. Chinese and Soviet assistance flowing into the north, newly liberated from Japanese colonial rule, and then devastated by war, rebuilding its infrastructure, its industry, and reconstituting the state. My talk asks what happens when we look at the material substrate of that relationship, at the infrastructure through which that aid moved, and at what made that infrastructure, and how that infrastructure then reveals what economic hierarchies look like during this period. To begin, I want to share a short story, one written in 1951 by the North Korean writer Choi Myung-ik called Kiwansa, or the engineer. It follows a locomotive operator named Kang Hyun-chun, who is captured by American forces and coerced into transporting enemy military cargo. In a heroic act of defiance, Kang drives his locomotive off of a bridge, destroying the train, the cargo, and himself. And through this climactic self-sacrifice, the story celebrates technical knowledge weaponized as resistance, portraying Korean railway workers as autonomous masters who controlled their infrastructure's use, even onto destruction. That same year, the North Korean graphic journal Hwasal printed something very different. Images of trains arriving as gifts from Mongolia, Romania, Czechoslovakia, China, with captions describing them as relief supplies sent by the peoples of various democratic, celebrating sincere international aid and aid materials. So not a weapon to be wielded, but a necessity to be received. These two representations, the train as an autonomous mastery and the train as structural dependency, coexisted uneasily during the early Cold War. Now, this contradiction was rooted in material conditions created by Japanese colonialism. And the Japanese-built railway network across Northeast Asia became crucial sites where legacies of empire intersected with emerging Cold War alliances. In North Korea and China specifically, shared inheritance of Japanese-built railways created unique conditions for cooperation across the Chinese Civil War and Korean War and post-Korean War reconstruction. But that shared inheritance also predetermined the hierarchies of that cooperation. While North Korea and China were equal socialist allies, the material constraints of the tracks they shared and the radically uneven distribution of technical expertise required to run them produced a relationship of structural dependency that would shape the decades that follow. Central to this dynamic is what I call infrastructural coloniality, the persistence of colonial logics and hierarchical power relations through inherited physical infrastructure, even as formal command structures evolve and long after formal political control shifts hands. So unlike direct political control, infrastructural coloniality operates the material constraints embedded in inherited technical systems. And these existing frameworks create structural dependencies that persist across political transitions. So the asymmetry between North Korea and China begins with inheritance, with how Korean and Chinese productions came to inherit Japanese railways in fundamentally different ways. Between 1905 and 1945, Japanese colonial authorities constructed a sophisticated railway network across Northeast Asia designed for imperial extraction. But Korean and Chinese populations arrived at 1945 with fundamentally different relationships to railway expertise, one shaped by colonial exclusion and the other by competition. In Manchuria, where China retained sovereignty until 1931, the Chinese government responded to Japanese railway dominance by building competing lines. Between 1924 and 1931, the Manchurian Transportation Commission constructed over 1,500 kilometers of track, specifically designed to surround and challenge the South Manchurian railway monopoly. Chinese engineers managed, planned, and designed these projects independently, developing both autonomous operational capacity by learning to compete with and against Japanese technical systems. By 1945, Chinese personnel had a robust foundation of railway expertise built through practice. Korea's experience was fundamentally different. Following formal annexation in 1910, the Japanese government nationalized all railways and incorporated every aspect of planning, financing, and maintenance to the government general. This left no institutional space for Korean autonomy. While Koreans made up nearly 40% of railway personnel by 1939, they were systematically excluded from high-level technical and supervisory roles, accounting for about 6.4% of the upper echelon. Training for North Korean workers was designed, as one source put it, to teach them to follow direction and remain in the proper place at the bottom of the social order. Then at liberation, this expertise gap was compounded by the physical devastation of liberation. Following Japan's surrender and withdrawal from the Korean peninsula, imperial forces demolished industrial facilities and infrastructural systems. By 1946, less than 2% of the 1941 rolling stock remained usable, and rail operations had essentially come to a halt. So when the Japanese Empire collapsed in 1945, both North Korea and China inherited and were connected by the same international standard gauge, the same technical protocols, but they inherited them with radically different relationships to the knowledge required to use them. This expertise gap profoundly shaped post-1945 Sino-North Korean cooperation. This asymmetry became visible almost immediately during the Chinese Civil War. Between 1945 and 1949, the North Korean railway network served as a vital logistical artery for the Chinese Communist Party. North Korea transported wounded soldiers across the border, moved military equipment, and by late 1946 had provided more than 2,000 train carloads of weapons, ammunition, uniforms, and medicines to Chinese Communist forces. This was anti-imperial solidarity rooted in shared revolutionary commitment. North Korean and Chinese publications framed it in exactly those terms. But because North Korean workers lacked technical expertise and experience with complex cross-border connections, the CCP began establishing what documents called professional training classes for North Korean counterparts. Chinese experts designed the curricula, assessed North Korean competence, and set the standards for operational readiness. A master-apprentice dynamic was institutionalized, and that was one that positioned Chinese technical personnel as the standard against which North Korean readiness would be measured. Archival shipping manifests and trade permits from 1948 reveal a striking paradox here. North Korea was exporting sophisticated chemical products, carbide, ammonium sulfite, caustic soda, output from Japanese-built industrial facilities. But it was importing thousands of tons of basic materials, Western nails, telegraph wire, automotive gaskets, and screws. It's the colonial economy in ledger form. North Korea had high-capacity extractive industries built to serve Japanese imperial needs, but lacked the basic industrial capacity and capability to maintain its own transport infrastructure. To export its chemicals to China, it needed functional railways. To maintain those railways, it needed Chinese parts and Chinese expertise. Even to access the ports through which trade moved, it required Chinese administrative permissions, all of which was codified in a 1949 North China Foreign Trade Control Law that required every export and import to receive a permit from Chinese trade bureaus. We see here these nested dependencies, with each layer requiring the next. And the archives reveal that North Koreans felt them. Trade conferences from July 1949 show North Korean representatives clashing repeatedly with Chinese authorities over pricing mechanisms and inspection protocols. Disputes often resolved in favor of Chinese regulatory authority. The solidarity framing sat uneasily alongside a relationship that was, at the level of the ledger, something considerably more asymmetrical. And by the time the Korean War began, North Korean economic autonomy was already being channeled through Chinese administrative and technical frameworks. The Korean War transformed these emerging hierarchies into formalized command structures. The systemic US bombing campaign devastated North Korean railway infrastructure while leaving Chinese capacity relatively intact, converting what had been cooperative assistance during the Chinese Civil War into structural imperative. US bombing campaigns treated North Korean railways as priority targets, a form of infrastructural warfare. This was systematic bombing designed to sever supply lines and cripple logistical capacity. By war's end, official North Korean records document the destruction of over 70% of locomotives, 65% of freight cars, and 90% of passenger cars, with over 1,000 kilometers of track being destroyed, and along with 120,000 kilometers of communication lines being destroyed. But it wasn't just the bombing that crippled North Koreans' ability to use its railways, but it was also the colonial design itself that became a military liability. Japanese engineers constructed lines that were primarily constructed along the coast with few interior routes, creating a linear structure that lacked the necessary loop lines required for military logistics. The design funneled nearly all cross-border traffic into a congested triangle in the northwest interior, which became the site of over 50% of all network damage and derailments. Carloads of Chinese supplies accumulated, quote unquote, like a mountain, as some Chinese sources have said, because the North Korean interior simply could not absorb or redistribute what was arriving. Under combined pressure from Stalin and Mao, Kim Il-sung was compelled to cede control. And on May 4th, 1951, the agreement on wartime military control of Korean railways was established. This was a formal Sino-Korean Joint Railway Transportation Command under unified Chinese authority. Both sides agreed, notably, to keep this arrangement secret, restricting any acknowledgement to internal documents. By 1951, there were over 52,000 Chinese railway personnel deployed in North Korea. These are Chinese directors that were holding ultimate authority over scheduling, resource allocation, and personnel development. And North Korean workers demonstrated agency within these constraints, innovating rapid repair protocols, constructing over 100 bypass bridges in 1951 alone, developing tunnel utilization and nighttime operations. Both North Korean and Chinese logistics reports acknowledged and documented these innovations, but developing technical competence did not translate into strategic authority. Command decisions remained in Chinese hands. And when the armistice was signed then in 1953, North Korean officials were, as one report put it, tired of long-term military management and immediately demanded the restoration of their ministry's sovereignty. Chinese evaluators, however, argue that North Korea lacked the technical ability to manage such a complex bombed-out system independently. This transformed the relationship from military to command to something more subtle, pedagogical authority. Chinese personnel would remain as advisors and trainers, with Chinese instructors designing curricula and certifying North Korean readiness. By 1955, after heated negotiations, formal administrative control was fully restored. North Korean officials assumed positions as bureau chiefs, department heads, and station masters. This was a genuine milestone, but even as administrative titles changed, Chinese technical experts remained in the country through 1958. Their influence now operated through the material systems themselves. The reconstruction aid China committed in currency, also in locomotives and in freight cars, this was essential, but it created a new level of dependency. These Chinese manufactured locomotives operated according to Chinese technical specifications. They required Chinese parts, Chinese operation manuals, Chinese coupling systems. So even as formal command was abolished, the material terms of the network were now more Chinese than they had ever been. The infrastructure that emerged from reconstruction bore Chinese technical characteristics embedded in its very components. Meanwhile, North Korean dispatchers aren't accepting Chinese authority passively. During the war, confrontations at train stations reportedly saw personnel argue until their faces were red and ears were hot over locomotive assignments. North Korea's February 1951 cabinet decree had emphasized that railways should not only serve military purposes, but also should work towards economic recovery and national reconstruction. It was a dual priority that generated persistent friction with Chinese commanders who insisted on military first sequencing. Against these inherited conditions, North Korea pursued two deliberate strategies. The first was technical education. By 1958, over 12,000 students had trained in North Korean scientific and technical institutes. The Hungnam Institute of Technology was developed in 1947, and the Transport Technology Executive School in 1948, etc. There were multiple engineering institutes specializing in bridge construction, rail systems design, and infrastructure management, programs deliberately designed to build the indigenous cadre of railway engineers that colonial exclusion had denied. The second was railway electrification. So rather than continuing to modernize within the inherited steam engine framework, where North Korea would always be catching up to Chinese mastery, North Korea turned to electric systems, drawing on the country's hydroelectric resources. Electrification was a strategy to adopt entirely new operational protocols that were not tied to inherited colonial or Chinese technical models, to build expertise in a domain where there was no existing hierarchy to reproduce. So by looking at the tracks beneath the trains, we see how infrastructure carries power relations across transitions, not only in relationship between empire and its former subjects, but between states that inherit the same physical systems with radically different relationships to the knowledge required to master them. And this, I suggest, is what the early Cold War economy in North Korea reveals if we look at it from the material substrate. When we ask not just what moved along those tracks, but what the tracks themselves determined. So while sovereignty can be declared in a day, the material systems of empire, right, the gauges, the spatial designs, the monopolies of technical knowledge, those endure long after. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Dr. Person, James.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rachel. I can't imagine, a better way to follow up. I mean, a great segue. I'm going to be looking at the mostly at post-war economic development in North Korea, and looking at the asymmetry in relations with the Soviet Union and China and other countries that were giving tremendous amount of aid to North Korea, and also the impact in domestic politics. I'm happy that we're having this conference because if you look at a lot of the literature, very little discussion of economics. You have mostly a focus on, if you're looking at the post-war period in North Korea, the standard narrative is that it's a period that's characterized by intense factional rivalry, where you have these four factions that are competing against one another and each have exclusive claims to power. I think this is an inaccurate depiction of the period. I'm not going to go into why. I will encourage you instead to buy my book, which is coming out with Cambridge University Press later this year. To the extent that the economy is discussed, it's usually just to, at least in earlier works, to show how successful North Korea was early on before becoming a basket case. But today, I'm going to try to resituate the importance of economic development during this period, and show how conflicts over this asymmetry in relations with donor countries, and then how the asymmetry is reflected within in domestic politics, how this has lasting impact on and really reshaping the domestic political landscape in North Korea, and in reshaping North Korea's foreign relations for the next few decades. So we start with the colonial legacy, and as Helen pointed out, I mean, you had a North Korea that had a classic colonial economy. I mean, North Korea did inherit a modestly industrialized economy from Japan, but primarily focused on extractive industries, primary processing industries, and toward the latter stages of colonial rule, you had a chemicals industry that was developed. In fact, the largest chemical plant in Asia was in Northern Korea. The reason why much of the industry was in the north is because, of course, the concentration of mineral resources were in the northern half of the peninsula. But again, it was a classic colonial economy, producing, again, just, I mean, resources but the they were reliant on Japan for spare parts and finished goods. Factories, as Helen pointed out, rail lines, but also factories were located not for convenience of access to resources, but for convenience of shipping to Japan. So in fact, in many cases, factories were far from the actual resources. Classic colonial economy. And this is something that the North Koreans immediately tried to rectify. But within a year of liberation, the emerging North Korean leadership, still 2 years before the actual establishment of the DPRK, began creating a separate economy in the North, a separate command economy, and begin by nationalizing key industries, including many of these factories, these Japanese-built factories, also power plants, transportation, postal service, banking, commerce, and cultural organizations. Mom and pop shops, cottage industries continued to operate independently, at least throughout the Korean War and into the immediate post-Korean War period. Also in 46 and late 46, you have the nationalization of subterranean resources, of forests, and of fisheries. So again, moving in the direction of establishing the command economy, or the centrally planned economy, even before, 2 years before you have the establishment of a separate state. Now, this is not part of the command economy, but also you have in 46 land reform. I mention this here because just a couple of years later, we have collectivization of agriculture, or cooperativization, which undoes this. But you first needed to have land reform to make this possible, to make collectivization possible. Land was redistributed from Japanese collaborators, from land that had been owned by the Japanese, from other institutions, redistributed to poor landless peasants. Really did a lot in breaking this, the feudal socioeconomic structure that had remained in Korea, and gave a tangible stake in the North Korean Revolution to millions. It was extremely popular, but again, not necessarily part of the command economy, but a necessary component for later collectivization of agriculture. Also, moving in the direction of establishing the centrally planned or the command economy, you had in 47 the first 1-year plan, where the state determined both outputs and inputs, and this is pretty intense and requires a lot of coordination, planning, again determining, setting production targets, deciding resources, labor. So this is something that they started in 47. You have another one in 48. In 49, they launched a 2-year plan, which conveys more confidence in planning out a further period of time. But this, of course, was halted by the Korean War, which, of course, brought tremendous destruction, as Helen pointed out already. Kim Il-sung looked at the Korean War, at the destruction of the Korean War, though, as an opportunity to eliminate the colonial era distortions to the economy, to looked at it as a blank slate on which he could carry out general industrialization, establish an economy that eliminated those dependencies that also emerged during the Korean War, especially on munitions. You can see in Kim's speeches his frustration with having been dependent on the Soviets in particular for munitions. After the war, he said, we are not going to simply rebuild these Japanese factories that were destroyed, the ones that were indefensible along the coast, again, for ease of shipping to Japan, because they are far from the resources. We need to relocate and build there. He also, again, wanted general industrialization, but priority was heavy industry, which again would serve as the foundation for developing the munitions industry as well. He also called for, immediately after the Korean War, called for the collectivization, or as the North Koreans called it, cooperativization of agriculture. He looked at this as a way to minimize state expenditures on agriculture, get people to pool their resources, and sort of eliminate some of the problems of having many individual farmers with their own plots of land, and addressing each of their individual problems, to having, again, the collective where Kim believed it would be more manageable. But again, the main thing would be this would be a way of reducing state expenditures on agriculture through this pooling of resources. This was something that wouldn't happen immediately. There would be small experiments, but he talked about it within days of the armistice. Central to his vision for post-war reconstruction was fraternal assistance. Kim was hoping for a blank check. He was hoping that the Soviets would come in, and that others would come in and just basically give him, carte blanche, that they would just allow him to use their aid however he wished. And to be sure, the North Koreans were benefited tremendously from post-war aid. The socialist bloc was extraordinarily generous, between 1.3 and $2 billion in total economic assistance. A lot of this, was in direct aid in cash, in actual equipment, also in loan forgiveness, pre-war loan forgiveness, for example. It was a real division of labor. In the socialist camp, you had roughly a third coming from the Soviet Union, roughly a third from China, and then a third from all other socialist bloc countries. Now, but it didn't come in the form of that blank check that Kim Il-sung had hoped. And it also didn't come, he soon learned that Soviet and North Korean priorities were very different, because in 1953, the Soviets began re-examining their own economy. If Kim Il-sung had spoken about his economic priorities just half a year earlier, then Stalin would have been very happy. But Stalin was dead. He died in March of 1953, and the new Soviet leadership recognized that there was a crisis in the Soviet economy. It couldn't produce enough even socks or shoes for the population, stockings, white goods, forget about it. You couldn't get them. So living conditions needed to be improved. And so the Soviets launched something called the New Course under the person who initially steps up in the leadership is Georgy Malenkov. This New Course, again, pushes for an emphasis on consumer goods, light industry, reorienting the Soviet economy to improving living conditions for the Soviet population. The Soviets immediately began to pressure the North Koreans to follow in their new line. And in fact, would then use their assistance, their aid to North Korea, to impose upon the DPRK Soviet economic priorities, these new Soviet economic priorities. So again, he didn't get the blank check he needed to carry out general industrialization with an emphasis on heavy industry. He's forced to build factories that are focused on food, on the production of consumer goods. The Soviets just rebuilt Japanese factories, something Kim explicitly said he did not want to happen. You had just 3% as a discretionary fund of Soviet assistance. And from that, Kim had to buy things that the Soviets had actually taken away as reparations. For example, the Supung Dam, which had been built by the Japanese, had 3 of the generators had been taken by the Soviets as reparations to a river in Kazakhstan. And Kim had to use that discretionary fund or part of that discretionary fund to purchase those generators back for the Supung Dam. So a lot of restrictions on Kim's vision for carrying out his plan for general reconstruction. So there's in many ways this aid, and again, it revealed the asymmetry in the relationship, but also became a tool of economic and political domination. You had also specialists who were dispatched from throughout the socialist camp, or dispatched to North Korea to help. They're going as specialists, they are providing their assistance, but interactions between North Koreans and a lot of these specialists revealed hierarchy and racialized assumptions about Korea's political and cultural inferiority. Here we have, for example, East Germans in Hamhung. But you have, in a lot of the documents we have available to us from the former socialist camp, very disparaging statements about the North Koreans, and also descriptions of interactions with the North Koreans. And then you have North Korean accounts as well, where they're describing their negative interactions with a lot of the aid workers, and in fact with diplomats who are coming to North Korea. Now, so you have that hierarchy that is revealed through the aid relationship, and Kim Il Sung's growing frustration is revealed through his negotiations with the Soviets and with the Soviet continued insistence on following their new economic priorities. But there's also a domestic political component here. Now, North Korea had a very diverse political leadership, and that was determined based on the revolutionary backgrounds of the individuals who were part of this leadership. Now, by 1953, Kim had purged the domestic communists, people who primarily were based in Seoul, people who were and then came north before the war. People like Park Han-young, who were part of the early Korean Communist Party. And then you were left with basically three emigre groups. Soviet Koreans, these are ethnic Koreans who lived in the Soviet Union and Russia before, Imperial Russia before that, many since the 1860s. You had people who lived in China throughout much of the colonial period, many having moved there in 1919, others in the 1930s. And then, of course, Kim Il-sung's anti-Japanese guerrillas. If we had to apply labels, and I know, again, the narrative is that they form distinct or discrete factions. Again, there's no evidence to this, though. You had internationalists, people who were more cosmopolitan, more closely aligned with developments throughout the socialist camp, and were working with one another to advocate for more coordination with other socialist camp countries. And then you have Kim Il-sung and his anti-colonial revolutionary nationalists. And you begin to have contradictions in their positions emerging in how they saw post-war development. Among the internationalists, they were encouraging the new course. They were saying, let's learn from the Soviets. They are much more advanced. They are, they're right that we need to improve living conditions, especially after the war. We need to, import consumer goods. We need to, develop light industry. Let's also postpone the collectivization or the cooperativization of agriculture until we have the infrastructure in place, until we have enough tractors to really carry it out. On the other side, you have Kim Il-sung, who's saying, no, we need to eliminate these colonial era distortions to the national economy, and we're not going to do that by importing consumer goods. We need to take advantage of the fact that we're getting this aid right now and build the infrastructure that we need so that we can eliminate future dependencies. He wanted to establish this externally independent, internally interdependent national economy and called for the immediate cooperativization of agriculture, again, so he could minimize state investment in agriculture. and while the Soviets could actually dictate to Kim the terms of their aid, Kim thought that, well, we're going to move forward with collectivization of agriculture, the cooperativization, because that gives me a way of generating income domestically that I can then reinvest into industry. And the Soviets can't have any say on this because it is generated domestically. From 54, you begin this process of collectivizing agriculture. The North Koreans initially proposed 3 different kinds, each of them more collective. One of them, they're still retaining ownership of their land and their goods, but they're just sharing. The third, the most collective, was state ownership of the land. Again, this is giving up the autonomy that farmers have had since 1946 with the land reform, where they were, again, given land for the first time. This is then being returned to the state. They are also being forced to give up their own personal cattle, their own livestock, their own pigs, their own, if they own equipment, that's also going to the collective. A lot of people resisted. They didn't want this because, so they slaughtered their own cows, their own pigs, rather than being forced to turn everything over to the state. The North Koreans initially said that people had autonomy to join if they wanted or to resist if they didn't, and gave them the option of choosing one of the different kinds of collectivized or cooperativized farms, but they were forced almost immediately onto the third and most collective form, where again they were turning over their own land and goods. It's extremely disruptive. Again, people are slaughtering their own animals, but the state is using it's forcing people on by, for example, withholding access to irrigation, which is state-owned, withholding access to fertilizer, which is also state-produced, to force people onto the collectives. At the same time, the state is actually declaring a monopoly on the sale of grain. So you no longer have these markets where people are going and selling their grain. They're also mandating the tax in kind. So the state would then collect 25, 27% of your produce, and then theoretically you could then go to the market and sell the rest, and then the rest you keep as profit. But when the state declared the monopoly on the sale of grain, people were then forced to also sell to the state, and then they'd have to buy back food for themselves. The problem was this was so disruptive that when the state was projecting 3 million tons of grain, the actual harvest was only 1.7 million tons of grain. And yet the state was still collecting, say, 25, 27% of the harvest based on the projection of 3 million tons of grain. So they're collecting in excess of 50% or more of the grain that's actually produced. You have a famine. Farmers are dying. The rural population is impacted, but it's also impacting even the elite in Pyongyang. You can see in a lot of documents we have available to us, even the elite are being impacted, not in the same way. They're not dying along the side of the road, but there's one prominent Soviet official, for example, or Soviet Korean official, who is describing how he had to fire his maid, couldn't afford to feed her or to pay her, described how he couldn't go for dinner at friends' houses anymore because you just couldn't, because food was rationed, and he couldn't invite guests to his own home. The Soviet Union and China provide emergency aid, and they summon Kim to Moscow for criticism. So initially, Kim was looking at this as a way to generate income that could then be reinvested into industry, exploiting the farmers. Because he had to seek assistance from the Soviet Union and China, this then gives Moscow leverage over this domestic decision. And so they begin pressuring him. These internationalists in the party are also making unfavorable comparisons to, for example, Soviet and Chinese economic practices. And so this debate within the party is then transformed into a matter of national sovereignty. While the debate over industry never really elevated to one that, within the party, never really elevated to one where that was very contentious. This one did. It didn't over industry because the Soviet aid ultimately restricted North Korea's capacities. It prevented them from achieving their goals. In this case, though, Kim thought that he was going to be able to achieve these goals, but he's getting, again, summoned to Moscow, criticized for his policy, and then the internationalists inside the party are also making these unfavorable comparisons. So it's getting a lot nastier, this debate within the party. Kim responds by trying to minimize the influence of the Soviets in particular on the trajectory of economic and political developments in the country by othering his critics in the party. The internationalists. He begins highlighting their foreign backgrounds. This is risky because, he also has a foreign background. The guy was outside of the country for 25 plus years. So he's, suggesting that these people are making mistakes because of their sometimes willful ignorance of Korean history and culture. But they were, not familiar with Korea, and therefore they were making costly mistakes. And in the process, in April of 1955, he starts talking about juche, about this need to have, or to be more self-reliant, not aping Soviet and foreign cultural and economic practices and political practices. He is simultaneously Koreanizing his own colonial activities. He says that, in fact, his activities as part of this Chinese Communist Party run anti-Japanese Northeast guerrilla army. He's saying that in fact is the core of the Korean Revolutionary Movement, and starts talking about his association with something called the Association for the Restoration of the Fatherland. And you begin seeing a lot of articles in popular journals and speeches about his activities and his involvement in this association. So again, he's othering his critics, but then establishing his activities as the core of the Korean revolutionary tradition, and continues marginalizing the internationalists. With his December 55 speech, where he's more directly criticizing, especially Soviet Koreans, for imitating Soviet practices. In January of 1956, he actually, the Korean Workers' Party Central Committee issues a decree that accuses some Korean or Soviet Koreans of factionalism. And this is the first time that we see any reference to factionalism among Soviet Koreans, something that they all disputed at the time. And it was only to a limited number of people. But by February, Kim begins rehabilitating them. He understands that they bring valuable technocratic skills to the party. And he's ultimately trying to teach them a lesson, trying to teach them not to simply, it's bad enough that because of the asymmetry in the relationship with the Soviet Union, this aid relationship, that's bad enough. But then for these internationalists in the party to replicate that or to enforce it through their imitation of Soviet practices, he was trying to teach them that they needed to stop this, and hoped, believed he had achieved his goals. But and again, by February, begins rehabilitating them, only for de-Stalinization to occur. At the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, Khrushchev delivers this scathing 4-hour speech attacking Stalin and his personality cult as violations of socialist legality. And the Soviets begin directly criticizing Kim for his personality cult. They begin directly summoning him again and telling him he needed to have more of a collective leadership and not this personalist leadership. And we see that the internationalists are once again, not learning their lesson, but again, imitating Soviet criticisms and saying, hey, we also, agree. We have a personality cult here. We need to eliminate that personality cult, and we want collective leadership. This personalist leadership thing, it's not working for us. And so Kim, recognizes that as long as these people remain in positions of authority, they're going to continue to replicate this asymmetry and subordinate Korean interests to those of the Soviet Union and other socialist bloc countries. In addition to the political, imposing or trying to impose political liberalization, they're continuing to criticize Kim inside the party for, ideas over, consumer economy versus industrial economy, aid dependency versus self-reliance, and then internationalism versus nationalism. So it becomes for Kim a matter of autonomy, national autonomy. Now, there are three events that really, or two events rather, in the summer of '56 that bring an end to this conflict and ultimately lead to Kim successfully reducing the impact of the Soviet Union and China on the trajectory of political, cultural, and economic developments in the DPRK. The first, in August, you have after Kim is in Moscow, where he's criticized for his personality cult and again for his economic policies, he promises to make some changes. The internationalists get a readout of Kim's meetings in Moscow, and where Kim provides assurances to Soviet officials that he will make changes when he goes home. He returns and does nothing. And these internationalists begin questioning him. Why aren't you doing anything? You gave these assurances. And Kim says, well, what's going on in Poland and Hungary, if we do the same thing right now, then there's a chance that we'll have a Poznan here in Korea. So we'll do it on our own time at a much lower level. We're not going to raise it to the population. And that wasn't acceptable to the internationalists. So they take the opportunity to criticize Kim openly at the party the party plenum in August. Kim is prepared. He knows it's coming because they're telling him, "Look, then we're going to criticize you." And he responds by minimizing the threat by blackmailing some people into not talking, and then purging those who do. The Soviets and the Chinese hear about this when 4 people escape to China. And then after hearing about what happened, dispatch a joint Sino-Soviet joint party delegation to intervene. And this is led by Anastas Mikoyan, who is the Soviet vice premier, who is also the guy who's kind of the troubleshooter for Khrushchev. Had recently deposed some little Stalins in Eastern Europe just the same year, and also by the Chinese, by Peng Dehuai, who was the head of the Chinese People's Volunteers, who famously did not get along with Kim Il Sung during the Korean War. But this mission, in many ways, reflected the paternalistic assumptions of the Soviet Union and China. They viewed Korean leaders as politically immature and presumed the right to intervene directly in the DPRK's internal affairs. Now, Kim formally acquiesced. He reversed key decisions from the August plenum, pledged reforms, but as soon as the delegation left, quickly moved to conceal the extent of the foreign intervention or involvement, limited implementation, and then began to reassert his own authority, so that by the end of '56, he's moving in a direction of again reducing the impact of the Soviet Union and China on the trajectory of political, cultural, and economic developments by reducing or by eliminating their advocates within the party, by purging the internationalists. He eclipses pluralism in the party. By some Soviet bloc accounts, upwards of 100,000 people were purged between '56 and 1960. Then take steps to. I'm finished right now.
Okay, sorry.
Then take steps to really create these coercive institutions that today are responsible for a lot of the human rights violations that we are today, continue to witness, including the public distribution system, which weaponized food. You have in 57 the introduction of the Songbun system, which categorizes people into different classes, which then provides or ensures their access to housing, to jobs, to food under the public distribution system. The 5 household mutual responsibility system, which is a robust surveillance system, and then even begins introducing gulags. So again, much of this this happens not by some design that Kim Il-sung had very early on, but because of these conflicts over economic developments in the early post-war period. So thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Kim and Dr. Person for their excellent presentations. As somebody with very limited knowledge of history, I learned a great deal personally, and I hope that you all have as well. Just going back to Dr. Kim's presentation very briefly, I was just amazed as I sat here listening to your presentation, because we hear a lot in North Korean propaganda in the present day about the importance of science and technology and the development of S&T, the S&T personnel. And when you were describing the sort of interstate power relations rooted in infrastructure and the history between North Korea and China, over the railways, it just reminded me how it just didn't come out of nowhere, that it has its historical roots. So if I may ask you one question each actually for Dr. Kim and Dr. Person, using moderator's prerogative before turning it over to the audience, is how would you say that this complicated history between North Korea and China carry into the present day? So maybe DPRK China economic relations. Just looking back on history, how do you see the prospects of that relationship going forward? Maybe this is very general and broad, but if you had any take on that, that would be great. And over to you, Dr. Person, the tensions between internationalists and nationalists, I think, in some ways still linger today, not under those titles or brands per se, but just in terms of the tensions that I think we still see between maybe two main schools of thought in North Korea. So one school of thought that thinks that they need to continue to invest in infrastructure, right? So heavy industries, which would include the defense industry, and thinking about the economy more from a longer term perspective, right? And then you have the people who are more interested in improving the everyday people's living standards. So the people who are more interested in the consumption, right? So the debate over the accumulation, investment, and consumption. So how do you think that given this history of tensions between internationalists and nationalists going back to the 50s and 60s, or maybe the 50s, how does this affect North Korea's psyche toward market-oriented reform measures? Because we know that going back to even Kim Il-sung's time, North Korea has toyed with that, right? It has implemented a number of reform-oriented measures, and we still see Kim Jong-un kind of doing it or not doing it. So how does this complicated history that North Korea has had with reform, broadly speaking, how does that affect North Korea today?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Rachel. North Korea currently, their trade with China accounts for about 95 to 98% of its economy, which is obviously tremendous, which is relatively new. In about 2000, I think it was about 20%, right? With Russia, it's about 20%. But then with COVID and sanctions and various other things, that's exploded to a pretty vast majority of its economy is related to China. But you see all of that starting, of course, in the early post World War II period in pretty dramatic ways. And the rail infrastructure is, of course, the conduit that brings all of these goods in and out out of North Korea. But China's always been North Korea, or one of North Korea's major, benefactors. And we see this kind of playing out over the course of, the post 45, well into the contemporary period. Not to undermine, of course, the Soviet influence in China, but, the relationship was a little different in that there were, at its height, there were, 2 to 3 million Chinese boots on the ground. And, so the relationship itself was different, but the roots of that economic exchange definitely goes back well into the 45 period. And at the Library of Congress, there's extensive documentation and all these trade artifacts about these goods that are being exchanged from that period. So,
I mean, you still have folks within the party who are, urging for, improvement of living conditions. But, I think that's a consequence of him having failed to achieve, his goal. He equated economic independence with political autonomy, and I think that is deeply ingrained in the psyche of the North Korean leadership, because Kim talked about it repeatedly, 50s, 60s, into the 70s, and having failed to achieve that because of these restrictions that were placed on Soviet post-war, Soviet, Chinese, Central and Eastern European post-war aid, I think frustrated them. And then in the early 60s, we see that they're in fact beginning to shift toward in their first 7-year plan. They're focused on consumer goods, light industry, only being forced to scrap that when you have two events. Number one, the Pakchang coup in South Korea. And then in 62, you have the Cuban Missile Crisis. And they're forced to scrap their 7-year plan and then reorient to focus once again on heavy industry and, again, munitions. That ultimately sort of sealed the fate of the North Korean economy. And the seeds of their eventual economic decline, I think, could be traced to that shift in the early 60s. The shift back to heavy industry and munitions, and so that they've been in this state ever since, where they've never been able to achieve those goals of establishing that independent economy, that economy that is that actually does improve living conditions, but also has that foundation of heavy industry and a robust munitions industry. The Ninth Party Congress just concluded. Ninth Party Congress. I mean, a very triumphant speech by Kim, where he seems to be hinting that finally we've done it, and now we're going to really start focusing on improving living conditions for the people. I don't see anything market oriented in this, though. In fact, they're going back to the command economy after this early experimentation. In the late Kim Jong-il, especially early Kim Jong-un period, some experimentation with relaxing, the centrally planned economy. We're just full on return to 1950s command economy, and Kim seems very pleased with his results. Certainly, by if you're judging from his speeches at the recent Congress.
Yeah, it's a good point that you made about the Ninth Party Congress. Of course, is very timely. I did notice in the readout, and of course, this was not the full text of Kim Jong-un's speech, but it was a summary of the speech that he made.
36-page summary.
Very, very fulsome, yes. One thing I did notice was that there was no mention of economic management, which of course is a code word for Kim Jong-un's market-oriented initiatives. And that word was still existent in the Eighth Party Congress readout. So that was missing. We don't know if they mentioned it, if that ever came up during the Party Congress, but it's significant that they didn't, mention it, right, in the readout. I am now going to turn it over to the audience for questions. Does anybody have any comments or questions?
Thank you. So I actually have one question for Hayoung and one for James. I guess Hayoung, as you were talking about the railway, you sort of depicted sort of the between Chinese and North Koreans on the ground as very tense. Like you used that one quote where you said they were so angry that their ears turned red or something like that. And I'm just wondering, because I have a particular take on this. You can see what it is in my book. But I'm just wondering, to what extent do you think that those kinds of tensions were characteristic of the whole relationship? Or were they sort of an inevitable part of a close relationship, but where you had, more? I had calculated that roughly like 10% of the people on the ground in North Korea during the Korean War were Chinese, like they were volunteers or technicians or other things. So how much of that is how much of it is just an inevitable byproduct of the overall closeness of the relationship? So that's the question I would ask. And then with James, I wanted to pick up on the strand that we just left off about the present. And I know your job, you maybe there's some things you can't tell us, but I'm just curious, when you talk about North Korea now going back to the command economy and abandoning experimentation, I wonder the extent to which you think that that is a byproduct of their current relationship with Russia and China. Because does North Korea just feel more confident now that you have this growing degree of consolidation and unanimity among the authoritarian states of East Asia? And so North Korea can sort of say, well, we've got countries we can rely on. We don't need to change anything. I'd just be curious to hear your views on that.
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. There obviously needed to be more to sustain this relationship for as long as it's been sustained than the tensions, right? The tensions are there, but there was obviously a different part of that relationship that allowed it to, stay as strong as it has over the course of many, many years. Well, looking at these, kind of Civil War and Korean War documents, there were intense tensions that were developing around command control, around the use of various infrastructural systems, and probably just a product of political tensions being high and the nature of what they were engaging with. And it does play out to the point where, as some sources note, they needed to pull out in 1958 to relieve some of these tensions, right? To ensure that that relationship still, had some teeth. But the tensions, I think, are of course just a small part of this story. And as your story shows, that the bits that I do know, there was far more that allowed this relationship to flourish and be maintained in pretty significant ways. Yeah.
Well, let me just preface my response by saying this is my personal opinion, not in my capacity as a employee of the U.S. Department of State. This is I would actually again, my assessment is that it's more a consequence of failed diplomacy with the United States. That North Korea was hoping for, out of this new relationship with the U.S. In 2018, 2019, hoping for sanctions relief, for a new relationship that would have opened other doors for economic cooperation, not integration. I've always said that I don't think North Korea is ever looking for integration into the global economy. I think that scares the hell out of them. I mean, pooled economic sovereignty means a loss of their freedom of action, and restrictions placed on by corporations, by by countries, on what they can import and export, and so they never wanted integration, but they were hoping for, economic relationships that they could carefully manage, selectively engage and disengage when necessary. That didn't happen. and I think they turned back to the command economy, to what they knew best, and and that's where we are today. I mean, and COVID certainly escalated that process, where they were forced by virtue of necessity to look internally and to rebuild the system that had essentially collapsed in the 90s famine. And they've been, I think, pretty successful. I mean, there are still many problems. I mean, a lot of shortcomings. And gosh, looking at his statements from the ninth, at the readout of the Ninth Party Congress, I mean, they look to be doubling down on Kim Il Sung's model, looking at reviving voluntarism, or these forced mobilizations to help compensate for the lack of outside investment or lack of capital and advanced technologies, and then focusing indigenously on indigenous capabilities with technology, and trying to improve their own technology indigenously. I mean, I'm reminded of the December 56 plenum, where Kim is saying, let's focus on our own capabilities, and let's focus less on external or foreign technologies. It's really, again, a revival of this system, but they seem to be pretty confident right now. I mean, but they're benefiting tremendously from their relationship with China and with Russia. I don't know if they see it, long-term sustainability. One thing that was interesting was that there was no mention of, in the readout of the speech, at least, there was no mention of Russia and China, despite his biggest foreign policy achievement is this relationship with Russia. No mention in the readout of the Ninth Party Congress. So maybe he's questioning the longevity of this beyond the war in Ukraine. But I mean, they seem quite comfortable and confident in where they are economically right now. And it's sort of the Congress sort of setting the course for more of the same.
Sorry, I have a question for Haeyoung. You talked about the railway system, and I'm wondering if you had any information about the highway system that North Korea has created. And I'm thinking of South Korea as well in the 70s, when Park Chung-hee has created this huge highway system, right, connecting large cities together and expediting trade, of course, military movement. So if you can speak a little bit about that. Thank you.
Sure. So just looking at the Korean War period, a lot of the Chinese documents, of course, alongside, rail construction and bridge construction, is roads. So there's a tremendous focus on just creating pathways to move military materials through the north to support the war effort. But beyond the Korean War period, I'm not terribly sure. I haven't seen documentation about road construction in particular, but there was on the Chinese side anywhere, a very focused attention paid to both rail infrastructure and also road and bridge development.
I can just quickly jump in on that. It's horrible. I mean, having personally, spent hours on trying to go even between major cities. I mean, so you have like the main roads going north and south from Pyongyang to Kaesong and Pyongyang to like Sariwon, which are fine. But when you go, for example, I mean, anywhere else, you have the roads are slabs of concrete that are laid side by side. And maximum speed is like 30, 40 kilometers per hour. Otherwise, you're going to blow out a tire. So it takes hours. And this is something that diplomats even talked about in the 60s, for example, that it would take hours to go even shorter distances because the conditions of the road were so bad. But I mean, even today, it took, I think, 6 hours to go what under normal circumstances would take 2.
Okay, so I would like to thank our two speakers today, Dr. Kim and Dr. Person, for their wonderful and informative presentations. And please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much for staying with us throughout the day. I appreciate it very much. I'm now going to introduce the two panelists for our last panel of the day. One who I have known a long time and another who I just met today. Peter Guan is an associate professor of Korean studies at the University of Albany, State University of New York. He is best known for his book, The Excellent Cornerstone of the Nation, The Defense Industry and the Building of Modern Korea under Park Chung-hee, which came out in 2024. He's also published numerous articles and is already getting started with another very interesting project. Our second presenter is going to be Nathan Lane. Nathan is an assistant professor of development economics at the London School of Economics. We're very grateful that he could cross the pond to be here with us. Dr. Lane's agenda or his research seeks to establish fundamental empirical facts about industrial policy. His academic work spans a number of different areas, but I was especially impressed with a paper that he wrote about South Korea and industrialization, and that was what triggered the invitation today. So let me turn it first over to Peter.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'd like to first start off by thanking Professor Greg Brzezinski, also Director Celeste, Professor Celeste Arrington for inviting me and organizing this wonderful occasion. I'd like to thank Habin Peck and also Rabina Ugali for also doing an excellent job as a host and coordinators. Thank you very much. So I just recovered from a strap, so my voice might be a little bit off. Anyhow, but I think the mic is loud enough. So the topic of my presentation is titled "The Contested Sovereignty and the Yulgok Operation, Militarization, Autonomy, and the Making of a Techno-Security State in South Korea." So in this talk, I'll be talking essentially about my two books. The first book, as Professor Brzezinski kindly introduced, came out last year. It was about the origins of a Korean defense industry under the regime of Park Chung-hee, which lasted until the first phase until 1979 when Park Chung-hee passed away. The second book project focuses on this top secret clandestine weapons program called the Yulgok Operation that began 1974 under Park Chung-hee, but continued all the way on to 1992. It actually unfolded in three stages. It was called the Force Improvement Program. So first, second, and third lasted until 1992. So many of you, I'm sure, very familiar with South Korea's economic miracle. Professor Patrick Chung introduced earlier that how South Korea's rapid economic development has been framed as a miracle on the Han River. But I think what makes this story even more remarkable is that in conjunction, in parallel with the economic development, South Korea achieved this accelerated arms development and now has a very viable defense industry, is ranked number 10, the largest arms exporter in the world by SIPRI. It is also ranked number 5 in terms of a global military strength by the Global Firepower, which assesses the global military ranking. So South Korea, in parallel with economic development, is one of the few cases that also successfully achieved this very rapid arms development as a top arms manufacturer and exporter today. So traditionally, when we talk about South Korea's economic miracle, we see it through the lens of so-called the developmental state model, focusing on the super agency, the bureaucratic control. There's Japanese MITI, Taiwan, there's IDB, and in South Korea, typically scholars talk about the Economic Planning Board or the EPB. However, I think there's a need to for a conceptual shift in really truly understanding the Korea's economic miracle, because South Korea's industrialization was not just purely economic driven, it was also very much security driven. And I think there's a right term we can use to describe this process. I borrow a term called techno-security state. It was coined by Tai Ming Chung, a political scientist, to describe the the technological state under Xi Jinping in the 21st century. And what the definition basically is a national system centered on the complex interrelationship between the state, national security, technological innovation, and development. So historically, we have states who have pursued security and development simultaneously. There's work by the Richard Bittinger, for example. There are a lot of countries in Asia, China, Japan, even we can say North Korea, and also we can say United States, China, former Soviet Union, Bismarck, Germany, the Great Britain in the 19th century, that pursue the economy and the defense development simultaneously. And some succeeded, some have not. But I think South Korea really actually is a prototype for this model, because South Korea is one of the very few cases in the post-Cold War or the Cold War economy that really merged the technological advancement with the security development. And they did it to a degree that only few have succeeded. So I use this term, techno-security state, to sort of frame my narrative of South Korea's development of economic system, and also in conjunction with the defense industrialization. So the thesis, I'm going to start with the thesis of my presentation. And second, I'm going to talk about why this research is important. Why is this clandestine weapons program called Yulgok so significant in understanding South Korea's Cold War and the post-Cold War economic development? Third, like how? How did I carry out this research? And those of you might be familiar with the status of two Koreas today. Technically, two Koreas are still at war, which means that a lot of the military data are classified. And this is one of the reasons why the Yulgok operation has not received much attention that it deserves. For what are my arguments about? I'm going to go into some details from my book, first book, and into a second book project as well, hopefully all in 20 minutes. And last but not least, this is something that my PhD advisor used to always ask me, like, so what? Why is this important? So what is the significance of my research? So thesis, why, how, what, and like, so what? Okay. So the thesis, this is a very simplified, condensed form of my thesis, but my first book, it came out 2024. It talks about the early origins in the development of the Korean defense industry and how that became the institutional foundation of Korea's rapid modernization, economic, and the defense development. And I introduced the term militarized industrialization. I think Professor Patrick Chung introduced a very innovative military industrial capitalism. I use the term militarized industrialization to indicate how South Korea carried out simultaneous defense and economic development under the regime of Park Chung-hee. And that this process actually required a deep military-civilian convergence that was unprecedented. It completely reshaped how Korea's developmental trajectory. And then there's this very powerful Korean agency that I think has been undermined historiographically, because when we look at the narrative, the details of a Korean defense industrialization, it's not just a state-led narrative. There are entrepreneurs, there are scientists, there are engineers, there are taxpayers who funded the national defense donation, for example, national defense tax. There are craftsmen, precision laborers. There are multiple entities and organizations that proactively participate in this process. And that's what my book does, reveal these civic narratives, institutional processes that made the defense production, economic development possible. And so overall, the book offers insight into this relationship between militarization and the capitalist development during the Cold War. And my second book is titled The Column of the Nation. The first book is titled The Corners of the Nation. Second book is A Column of the Nation, focusing on the Yulgok. So it actually kind of picks up where the first book ended by continuing the story all the way on to 1992, going from Park Chung-hee to Jeon Do-han all the way to Roh Tae-woo. That's when the Yulgok operation ended. So Yulgok operation, again, it unfolded in 3 stages. It's a completely top secret. Public did not know about it until the Yulgok operation got into this public financial scandal in 1993. Then boom, everybody found out. It was a corruption scandal involving the illegal defense commission. But so this project has been historically, you can say, underappreciated or undermined because of its dark history, involvement with the financial scandal. However, I really tried to illuminate the significance of this project. I mean, it developed under these military leaders, under military regimes. However, had a great impact on actually elevating Korea's sovereignty, And I'm not just talking about the defense sovereignty, but the military, technological, even political sovereignty of South Korea today. Really built that foundation. And I call this the militarized quest for sovereignty, or the armed, weaponized quest, because using the arms development as a leverage point to build autonomy within this US-Korea asymmetric alliance system. And the U-shaped reshaped US strategy under 4 Carter, Reagan, and Bush administration. And it really actually shows how the middle powers like South Korea, I think Taiwan, Japan, others convert dependency into strategic influence. So I use Yulgok actually as a case study to show how South Korea middle power converted its arms capability into strategic influence and leverage vis-a-vis the United States and the rest of the world. So why is Yulgok important? So we need to kind of go over the literature to really understand why this project, despite being the most, I would say, arguably the most important security initiative in South Korea's weapon industry, why has been underappreciated? Well, first of all, the traditional Cold War development narrative usually focuses on the US, the military, the economic aid, and rightfully so. US played the most consequential role in Korea's military modernization. And there's a lot of emphasis also on the export-led industrialization, and also talked about earlier, the developmental state paradigm. However, when it comes to the military, there's a significantly less attention given to the indigenous military modernization effort. And a lot of the Korean agencies, I'm not just talking about the chaebol, Korean companies, but for example, Korean agencies like the Agency for Defense Development, 국방과학연구소, Weapons R&D Institute in Korea, and numerous research institutes, companies, scientists, engineers, even the ordinary citizens who contributed. So there's a lot of a narrative really highlighting their story, the indigenous story. And also, there's not much attention given to the role of a militarization in reinforcing the economic development, not especially from the historical, empirical perspective. So I think the Yulgok actually converges these tensions, I think, going on. The lack of focus on external narrative and the lack of internal narrative. I think Yulgok is where we can really merge this tension. In Korea, as you might know, the topic of a military, however, is very sensitive. I joke that the best way to make enemies in Korea, just say one word. I love Park Chung-hee. I love Chun Doo-won, right? This is how half the Koreans will hate you or vilify you. Is that sensitive, right? I mean, it was a joke, but it is true. It is true, right? Military leaders, military regimes is still a very delicate topic because of the long decades of a military rule in South Korea. And a lot of materials on the military are actually still classified, especially when it comes to Yulgok. It involved the nuclear missile program as well. A lot of the delicate clandestine programs that are actually still classified to this day. And then last but not least, I mentioned the defense industry scandal. I mean, when people think about Yulgok, first thing that come to probably mind is Yulgok PD, Yulgok corruption, because of the aforementioned financial scandal. So this is why the Yulgok has not really been highlighted, even though it is actually a very important Cold War project for South Korean security and the technological development. So how did I carry out research? Briefly, I went basically everywhere in the US, Korea, where I could find materials on the Korean defense industry. This is why it took me 10 years to finish my doctoral dissertation and another many years to finish my book, which just came out again last year. I interviewed 300 or more scientists, engineers, policymakers, business people. So it was a grueling process, but it was definitely worth it. And I'm very glad to also say there are actually more the government resources that are being declassified to this day, so the historians can actually delve into, talk about the Yulgok operation. So what is my argument about? So I wrote a book. I'm not trying to promote my book, but it did come out last year. It's early. So it talks about the defense industry under Park Chung-hee, but this covers the first part of the Yulgok operation. So in the late 1960s, the South Korea, I mean, now we know South Korea is this global arms exporter, defense industry power. Until late 1960s, however, I think we have to contextualize this. During this period, U.S. actually did not provide much support to the Korean, also the defense industry. South Korea had to develop everything sort of from scratch. And what catalyzed this development was the escalating threats by North Korea. In 1968, North Korea sends 31 commandos to assassinate Park Chung-hee at the Blue House, very, very close to doing so. So that escalated tension with North Korea. Meanwhile, in the following year, there's the infamous Nixon Doctrine, which portended the withdrawal of US troops from South Korea. They were stationed in South Korea in 1971. 7th Infantry Division of US division forces in Korea were withdrawn. So this actually triggered security crisis in South Korea. Meanwhile, the Korean defense industry lacked the capital, technology, infrastructure, or even the technical workforce to develop the weapons by themselves. The defense industry was actually non-existent, completely dependent on the U.S. Military Assistance Program, or MAP, for all weapon supplies, including the guns and ammunition. Was denied the key access to, the access to key weapon technology, because U.S. was afraid that the armed South Korea might unilaterally launch attack against the North. It was also the U.S., the South Korea 5-year military modernization program at the time was stalled by the failure of a U.S.-supported 5-year modernization plan because of lack of financial aid to carry it out. So Park Chung-hee, in response, this is a very famous slogan, 자주 국방, self-reliant national defense, becomes a slogan. And the way he carries out is by starting with so-called the 총력 안보 체제, or total security system, basically mobilize the military arsenals and the civilian companies and their factories, because the government did not have a capital to develop state-owned munitions from the scratch. And also the science and academia, the universities, the research institutes, mobilize the entire three under the system, a new system called total security. And this later evolves into the notorious, I think you all know, the Yushin system. So he carried out this total mobilization in the name of self-reliant national defense and self-reliant economy. So why these two together? Because Park Chung-hee saw economy and the defense as two mutually reinforcing and reciprocal forces. And this is very interesting because when you look at the actual primary documents, the way Park Chung-hee carried out the defense industry from scratch, so the defense industrialization in other countries typically carried out by the Department of Defense, Ministry of National Defense. In South Korea case, it was the Blue House, actually. So Blue House is a Korean equivalent of a White House. So it was from the Blue House, Park Chung-hee creates this office called the Secretariat of a Second Economy, or the Second Economic Secretariat, is in charge of carrying out this plan called Heavy and Chemical Industrialization, 중화공업, and the defense industrialization simultaneously, but from the Blue House, right under the president's direct watch. So this is a very presidential-driven defense industrialization. It's a very sort of a unique process. And the way this plan was carried out carried out as a disguise, as an economic development plan. However, heavy and chemical industrialization was fundamentally dual purpose. I think this is something that Professor Lane will later elaborate in his also presentation, but heavy and chemical industrialization consists of steel, heavy machinery, shipbuilding, petrochemical, non-ferrous special metals, electronics. These are the pillar industries, actually, which you need to build the arms industry for steel. This is a basic raw material for weapons. The petrochemical you need for gunpowder, for example. Electronics you need it for military civilian equipment. So these were security driven because South Korea had to also build the industrial capability for the arms production. And geographically too, these factories were placed very strategically right here in the southeastern part of the Korean peninsula, which is actually surrounded by, the big mountain range, the Sobaek Mountain. It kind of looks like this. This is where the ancient Korean kingdom of Shilla actually was located. And many historians say one of the reasons Shilla prevailed in the Three Kingdoms War because it had a defense natural barrier, those Sobaek Mountains. So all the HCI factories, which were de facto arms factories, were located all in this area, most of them actually. So this is how it looks like. It's a flat, fertile land in here, but it's surrounded by the mountains. So perfect place to concentrate these arms factories geographically. It could be protected in case of a North Korean intrusion. There's a natural barrier. And it's close to the sea, which means the weapon supplies can be shipped out to the US bases, maybe in Japan, or to other places. So this is why even today, the heavy and chemical industrial factories are actually located, the shipbuilding, steel production, the machinery, they're all actually located in this region today. It's a legacy of the 1970s, the defense or /HCI strategy. And out of the 6-pillar HCI, the machinery actually sector received the most investment. For example, 1974, it was a national investment fund that government implemented that collected the funds, domestic funds for the HCI. The 33.7% went to the machinery sector because machinery was seen as really the central pillar of the defense industry because the machines, of course, the machine parts provide the vital components for the weapons. 1975, 43.7%, 2% of a national investment fund went to the machinery sector only. So has anyone ever been to Changwon in South Korea? Okay, well, there's not much to see. However, usually it's a very interesting city. It's South Korea's first planned city, built in 1974. It's a city designed for the defense industry. So when you go to Changwon, you see it is a basin, it's surrounded by the mountain. And right in the middle, there's a big sort of a runaway, like a street, about 9.25 miles. Actually, this was fundamentally designed as an airway, just in case the weapon supplies or the jet fighters have to land. And the entire city, the Changwon industrial complex, there are factories and there are subcontractors, the residential areas, and all on this side. So it's actually a planned city. This is why South Korea can make weapons so quickly. Everything's so concentrated. And the Poland, like for example, one of the top consumer of Korean weapons, they're delighted that South Korea can make weapons, deliver them so quickly. Well, this design explains it. All the big companies and the R&D institutes, small companies, subcontractors are concentrated in this region. And this is why South Korea is able to make weapons very quickly. So if you look at South Korea today, most of the weapons, I would say over 70%, still come out from this region, especially concentrated in Changwon, right? So very important to understand why Korean defense industry has been so successful, why there's this new phenomenon called K-defense or K-방산. At the time, again, the state did not have a capital or the infrastructure at the start of the Korean defense industry. So they mobilized the local companies like Hanwha, Hyundai, Kia, Samsung, Daewoo, and actually invested in them significantly. In 1973, the government implements so-called a special procurement law for the defense procurement, so defense production, incentivizing them and rewarding these companies and really investing in their R&D and also to help them gain the resources necessary to make the arms that are required by the government. And in conjunction, so that actually in 1973, with the start of the HCI, they carry out the simultaneous so-called the national scientization movement. 전 국민의 과학화. It was a multi-purpose, but it really served the purpose of a defense industrialization because in order to make weapons, you need skilled workers, you need engineers, you need scientists, you need craftspeople, for example, who can carve the steel to 100 millimeter precision. Later, that became 1,000 millimeter precision, for example, to manufacture the jet fighter engines. So, and this involved massive educational reforms, overhauling the education system. So that South Korea by 1981 could develop 2 million skilled workers, again, including engineers, craftspeople, scientists, and so forth. And this also movement included so-called the government-funded research institutes. There's a massive R&D institutes being built to collaborate with the Korean companies to advance the domestic R&D or the research and development. So this was an all-encompassing movement basically to support the defense industrialization. And there was an agency for defense development that was built as a weapons R&D institute by Park Chung-hee in 1970 August. It actually, any technologies that were given by the United States, it used it. However, it collected accumulated technologies in a piecemeal fashion from everywhere, actually. It was a diversification of technology. That's why the Korean weapons today, like the K2, K9, any Korean weapons, is very hybrid, actually. It's based on hybrid technology, not just purely based on the US weapon technology, but based on German, French, the Korean missiles, for example. Rocket propulsion technology came from French propulsion technology all over the place. And through this diversification that happened from the 1970s under the Yugok operation, Korea gathers licensed technical transfers, acquires co-production, co-development, research collaboration, gathers technical data package from the United States. It also starts engineer scientist exchange programs, also provides field training for corporate engineers and technicians and send them to foreign firms so they could gather these technologies from everywhere. And this is how the defense industry really began and how the Yugok was made possible. 5 minutes? Great. And this is very important, how this process expedited, so-called the spin-off. The military technology actually was used later for commercial purposes because these were the same companies that also produced the commercial HCI products. Remember, it was a dual purpose. So companies like Samsung, Hanwha, all these companies used the weapon technology also weapon quality control, transfer them into their commercial exports, commercial production. This is what we call the spin-off, the test and evaluation method for weapon products also used for commercial purposes later. And later, the commercial technologies transfer to the military. We call it the spin-on. And now, Korea is very good at so-called the spin-out. What are some examples of a dual purpose, like the spin-up technologies, for example? What would you say? Yeah, like robots, AI, big data, drones, right? So there's a history behind why now South Korea has become a pioneer of some of these top dual-purpose technologies. So the Yugok operation, this is how, so again, everything was implemented for the sake of success of the first Yugok operation. The code name was the first improvement program, the first phase. It was managed by the Ministry of National Defense. However, overall, it was actually run by the Blue House, as I mentioned earlier. And the top secret, the programs, for example, the nuclear missile program, nuclear warhead, was directly managed by the Blue House technocrats. And this was funded also through the national defense tax and the national defense donation that the government collected from the citizens. So these are some of the achievements of the Yugok operation. And this actually had a very important impact on the US-Korea relations because the more South Korea actually develops its own independent capacity from the arms development, the US would give more, will concede, because their logic is, if South Korea is going to develop them anyways, why don't we sell them or give them away? Otherwise, the French will sell them or other countries. So after South Korea, for example, develops the indigenous precision missile, Baekbom, 1978, the Jimmy Carter actually implements various reversals, giving more missile technology aid to South Korea, reversing the US troop withdrawal plan they had, and also approving the US missile technology, even approving the co-production agreement for F-16, which it had denied for a very, very long time. So there are a lot of things I can talk about, but for the sake of saving time, I'm gonna just briefly sort of skim through the rest of the slide. South Korea also start exporting weapons for the first time. It becomes a global top 5 global exporter in arms in the third world from 1975 to 1982. And when you sell weapons to a country, this is not just a sales. It requires long-term logistical support, personal training. I interviewed one of the Hanwha corporate defense executive. This is what he said. When you sell weapons, you're not just making profit, you're making an alliance for 10, 15 years. And this is exactly what happened through the Yugok operation. As South Korean defense production increases, it sells weapons, it gathers, diversify the security partnerships from the third world to Europe. And it's actually, this happens throughout the Yugok operation from the first to third, the rise of the Korean military diplomacy. And this is what the K-Bangsan is today, is creating security partnership through arms export. It really started with the Yugok operation. And throughout the Yugok, we see the fluctuation between the US and South Korea. There's a lot of hidden dynamic that goes on that now we can see from the declassified materials. Usually, just to sum up, as South Korea increases the weapons production, it gains leverage in the alliance. And actually, this prompts the US to debate what to do about the South Korean arms export, increase arms productivity. So usually what happens is US concedes, adjusts, reacts to the Korean show of technological sovereignty. And there's a lot of things I can say, but there's an inflection point where now the United States reacts and gives Korea greater autonomy. And the US actually is influenced by the Korean arms procurement capabilities. So this is something I elaborate in my second book manuscript, but there are a lot of sovereignty, internal, external sovereignty of Korea that is elevated through what happens in the Yugok operation. And actually has a lot of implication to today's Korean defense industry as well. So last, I'm gonna wrap up. To understand, how the Korean defense industry works today, we have to understand the convergence that began in the 1970s to 1992 under the Yugok operation. The full convergence of a military, science, and industry. We see this in the today's own makeup of the Korean defense industry. We have a civilian, military, scientific, the total convergence system that enables this rapid production, R&D, the delivery of the weapons, and is not many nations actually that is so integrated like this is in South Korea. So to conclude, what are some of the lessons from history that we can draw from the Yugok operation? Again, I tried to cover everything in 20 minutes, but to make it short, the security and economic strength as two pillars of a national survival. I think this is really what helped South Korea to get to where it is today as an economic military superpower. The consistent commitment that started from 1974 all the way to this day, but it's really starting with the Yugok operation. And the defense industry, even though it is heavily criticized and vilified by the Korean public, really acted as a cornerstone of Korea's state building in many degrees. As Professor Brzezinski, in his very famous work, National Building in South Korea, he elaborates the combination of a U.S. structural support and the very active Korean agency that enable South Korea to build a vibrant democracy, national strengthening, and so forth. And I think this is very important that there's a U.S. structural support, but there was also very powerful Korean agency at play that enable Korea's recent achievements. And I'm just going to skip over to this. And I think this is an ongoing pattern, actually. South Korea is an ongoing quest for sort of a self-reliance. South Koreans talk about 자주국방 a lot, 자주, technological, energy security independence, whereas North Korea is talking about 주체 all the time, right? So but however, in South Korea's case, really driven by the US, I think fear of abandonment to a certain degree. But I think what South Korea has learned from the Yugok operation is that it needs to prove itself as a strategic, capable partner to the United States. And this is how they gain the leverage, actually. And I think regardless the politicians say this openly or not, we see this. There's an indigenous drive. For example, this is how South Korea got rid of the missile guideline provision by the United States. It forced the United States to revise the missile and the range, right? Going back to 1979, 5 times. And now South Korea can develop long-range missile after proving its capability. So indigenization, autonomy, sovereignty, respect. This is a pattern I think we see starting from the Yugok operation. And now South Korea can sort of negotiate a little more from the strength to the shipbuilding. Now US needs South Korea shipbuilding and the K defense. And they recently made a strategic pact with the United States to cooperate in these key 7 industrial sectors: shipbuilding, semiconductor, AI, nuclear, thanks to South Korea's very vibrant foundations in the HCI and the state-of-art technologies as well. So closing the technological gap to achieve status as a credible, independent US partner, I think this is the way they have been approaching. And this is the last slide, I promise. But I think as a historian, what does this say about the story? I think first, this Korean story of economic development has always been, I think, usually grouped up as this East Asian developmental state, sort of summed up as this monolithic model. But I think as a historian and through the primary source, we can see their distinct model is driven by defense-oriented HCI, was driven by a policy of self-reliant national defense, and this distinct parallel strategy of economic defense development. Of course, there's Japan, Meiji, Fukoku, Kyoei, rich nation. There are other nations who have carried out, but how South Korea did it with the span of less than 10 years under the HCI is very distinct. Second, rethinking the Cold War South Korean development. The militarization, whether Korean people acknowledge it or not, really played a determining force in the emergence of Korea's technological savvy commercial economy, played a very important role in also in achieving its technological autonomy and sovereignty. So modern Korea really grew out of the joint military civilian venture. And the sovereignty and the Korean technological state, the last point, the Yulgok and defense autarky is, I think we have to admit, the Korea reconfigure the alliance structure, pursue technological independence, and construe sovereignty through self-reliant, self-defense capability. So these are some of the points I elaborate much more in my second book project, but that is sort of a condensed point. So thank you if I went a little over time, but thank you for your audience. Appreciate it.
I want to start off by thank you for having me here. It's rare that I get to speak to people beyond economics or economic history, and it's something I really, really value. It's work like Peter's and work like people's in this room that really allows me to do this type of economic research. I'm going to talk about two projects really that kind of are at the core of the theme of this conference, and really speak to, I think, contemporary industrial policy as it's returned to the world, as we're trying to find solutions, as we're trying to actually design this stuff to work. And my foray into South Korea was kind of accidental, and it emerged from a frustration and kind of what I would say is hubris from economists that we had solved the East Asian growth miracle. We could for sure explain why this thing occurred. And I have here a famous article by Krugman, a wonderful article, which essentially articulates this. There is no miracle here. There's no mystery here. What really can be seen as the East Asian growth miracle can be merely situated in the most simple model we teach in growth economics. It's this pure factor accumulation. That is, it's pure capital accumulation, bodies moving from agriculture to industry, and that's that. The role of intentionality, the role of the state, the role of policy and implementation really was second order relative to kind of the fundamentals here. And something like that really bothered me, living in Asia. I lived in the Philippines and then spent a lot of time in East Asia as a result, because it just seemed unlikely. And really, there was this intellectual gulf that lasts and casts a shadow up until now within economics. I'm just kind of giving us some context for how we as economists think about the East Asian growth miracle and kind of how evidence is speaking to this kind of consensus that we had. And that consensus that we had was really this thing that happened, this really important thing that happened as growth economists was really just simple, or rather something we could simply explain. And it wasn't really the result of policy, but just getting, again, the fundamentals right. If we just make markets work well, frictionlessly, and do their thing, this is going to be the ultimate end result, and we can extrapolate from there. And that view really got frozen in amber, right? I would say I think it's fair to say that is my discipline's view, or was, of what happened. And of course, this gulf kind of emerged and never really kind of reconciled, right? The gulf emerged because I'll just say social scientists beyond economics really have a different view, and we surely had a different view. And so as an economist, it was really hard to reconcile these two things. What does the data say? What does the experience say? What does the kind of work like such as Peter's and other people in this room say versus these claims that we make at a very high level as economists? And so the agenda that I'm going to talk about today, which is really also decompiling the very episodes that Peter talked about, is a kind of long, maybe banal march through the data. It's a lot of time spent in archives, digitizing stuff, and actually just being an empiricist and asking, well, what really happened? Is this consensus really true? Does it have merit? What was going on here? Let's be economic historians and put on our economic history hats and challenge that conventional wisdom. And I'm going to just say at the top, I want to talk about 4 lessons that are emerging from this what's now become a literature. Is that economic narratives such as this about developmentalism, about these fundamentals, though they have a lot of hold and kind of sparkle and inspire a lot of centrifugal force and do kind of captivate my discipline are things that we ought to challenge, and there's very high returns to doing so, not just intellectually, but practically, especially as this stuff returns to the world, especially as we're doing it. Again, that is industrial policy. And I think understanding the Cold War IP, industrial policy experience in East Asia, is not just kind of a pure intellectual exercise. It's not important because of its historical component, though I do think it is important per se. But I think it's important in explaining South Korea's ascent, and importantly, 3, really thinking about issues of industrial policy design. They're actually learning and excavating the past, being kind of just normal economic historians, opening up the data, going to archives, and looking at this stuff really does directly inform, we see it with our own eyes, policy design now, especially as we look for solutions on how do we actually design industrial policy? How do we do this right? Also, how do we do it wrong? And so that also cautions us, and I'm remiss to say that if we kind of fall into exoticism about South Korea and East Asia, I think we lose a lot there too. Because when we start actually thinking about what were the forces at work here, what were the forces at work just from a microeconomics perspective, they're not exotic forces at all. They're things that we can eminently explain. They're not things that are caged off to just this one period in one place, but they're things that here that are learnable. In fact, probably explainable through our microeconomic toolbox. These aren't exotic things. These are things that we can actually do things with. There's a toolbox here, perhaps. And my first paper really about this really is a paper on the HCI episode. I started this because it was contentious. It also has some interesting empirical dimensions to it. I started this because we as economists really thought this did not work. And our claim was this thing did not work at all, right? So let's be empiricists. Let's go through the data, start measuring stuff, and actually start estimating what actually really happened here. Because again, this consensus view that I referred to, it really froze before economics became deeply empirical and deeply data-driven. I don't need to really say this much. I think you will believe me. This thing really did start, I think could be argued, started with this guy right here, Richard Nixon, where there was this kind of political emergency, this political kind of crisis, this existential crisis, following the Guam Doctrine, following the kind of events that precipitated it and the events that followed it, the Blue House chaos, all this stuff, the pullout of troops eventually by the US, the pullout from Vietnam, all these things, right, were really important insofar as thinking about this episode. So I'm going to use that as a kind of econometric device for estimating what happened here. There's a clear start, a clear end, and things that allow us as economists to actually say something very useful, because we cut through things that usually confound our estimates of industrial policy. And I said that industrial policy economists and economists writ large often have the view, I think held the view up until recently, didn't really do much. Again, fundamentals are fundamental, really, in explaining the episode. Things like this and 4 ways into kind of this type of heavy-handed interventionism were really just misguided. They, at best, maybe had a marginal effect. At worst, South Korea would have grown much more and industrialized much faster in the absence of these interventions. And again, that's our economics claim. And that's really kind of the standard view of this amongst economists, again, up until recently. So let's take an econometric swing at this. Let's actually go through the data and estimate what's going on using just the most banal tools that we're trained in economics. And again, like I said, I'm going to use nice details from this kind of episode. It was relatively exogenous in the words of us economists. That it was started and precipitated due to these kind of crisis political events that are very much external to the economic fundamentals of the industries we want to study. Right? And it was ended due rather suddenly, rather dramatically, in a sense, which you could really signpost with the assassination of Park Chung-hee in 1973, when the policy was surely started to be retrenched and liberalized and spun out. So I'm going to do three things by looking at this episode. Again, this episode that's bookended by two political exogenous shocks. Exogenous, again, not completely, but relative to the things that usually confound our study of industrial policy. I'm going to look at the direct effects of policy. We're going to target, and Park is going to target, a very specific set of sectors. It's a very discrete set of sectors with a very important purpose, very clear boundaries. I'm going to trace what happened to them relative to untreated sectors, what happened to them relative to comparable markets across the globe and within Korea. I'm going to find that this policy indeed had a very large effect on these sectors using causal estimation methods. We can really, I think, say causally, this thing did do something. In fact, it did a lot insofar as growth, insofar as capital accumulation, all that stuff. Moreover, the arguments for industrial policy really rest on spillovers. These two things right here. If we think the state should intervene, there ought to be spillovers or market failures or things that the market isn't properly pricing. Do we see these kind of rationales for industrial policy light up if we look at the data, right? Do we see the justifications for industrial policy when we march through the data actually occurring? You could think of the classic kind of argument for industrial policy, Albert Hirschman's linkage effects. That is, I said these sectors grew. Do I see sectors connected to them? Those downstream and upstream, do I see them also affected? Do I see important spillovers through the input-output economy accruing to these other users of these targeted inputs? Do we see stuff happening here? Not just in the individually targeted sectors, but across space, sector, and time. More kind of subtly, do we see proactivity effects? Do we see learning by doing? I won't go into details here, but do we see information and do we see learning in these industries? It's a classic example, a classic justification for industrial policy. If industrial policy ought to work, we hope these effects are there. Learning by doing type externalities. That is, we're getting better as we grow. There's dynamic scale effects. We're benefiting from this initial subsidized output and entry into markets, and eventually, hopefully, becoming competitive. Do we see this learning accruing and happening? And we do. And we also see these downstream effects, a la Albert Hirschman, with some wrinkles. So again, I'm going to use both kind of bookends of HCI, the dramatic bookends, to kind of form this empirical study, to do the econometric exercise of measuring what happened. Just to back up, this thing was promulgated by a political crisis, an emergency. And HCI was really, of course, I don't need to explain to people in this room, the linchpin of this kind of military industrial state. This was the cornerstone project of it. And this allowed Park the social, political, and actual direct capital to pursue a very direct industrial policy that he had envisioned for a long time, but was never able to properly pursue before consolidating power like this. I'm going to use the end of the episode, 1979, the withdrawal, as the end date, and look at something very important there. We hope that industrial policy pays off in the long run, that it's not just transitory, it doesn't just kind of last insofar as a policy, but that it pays social dividends. By social, I mean broader, after the policy is ended. And we do find that. So importantly, I want to say something too, that I think the most important lever when you open up the data here was capital, was really bleeding capital. One scholar says hemorrhaging capital into these sectors. And when you look at the policy levers, and that's always a question, well, what did they do that worked? What were the actual policies? What were the policy instruments that had an effect? And you go out and measure stuff, and you scan those capital accounts, you scan those credit subsidies. Really, it's capital and credit subsidies and directing that credit rather dramatically into these targeted sectors that really had an effect. Moreover, I want to condition and correct kind of one misconception about industrial policy, one common narrative. Oh, this was all protectionism. In fact, protectionism in the classic sense, in the Trumpian sense, raising output tariffs, jacking them up. One famous economist, development economist, former colleague, late colleague, claims this was the greatest protective episode ever witnessed in modern economies. And when you go to measure the data and you go to measure the tariffs, They're not increasing. When you look at quantitative restrictions and do the boring trade policy stuff, no, that's not really the lever that's being used. And I think that's really important for those of us studying these episodes. Those kind of narratives that just live on, live on, live on are things that are eminently often not in the data when you actually just take a look. They're things that persist and live and kind of pockmark what we get out of these episodes. And so they're going to target very specific industries. He did a great summary of it. They're going to target industries not that are far out of their comparative advantage. They knew they couldn't, we can't target missiles. We do not have the precision equipment to do such a thing. Nor do we have the precision equipment to target guns or anything like that. No, we're going to target very upstream inputs that are very important. Things that we probably have the chance to potentially move into, things that we probably could facilitate and create a comparative advantage in. We're going to target these things. I think that selection was judicious and interesting and important unto itself, and something that you can excavate if you look at the plans and start going through them or marching through them. This is a very coordinated thing. It was coordinated in a very interesting way in the basement of the Blue House. And I think that was a very important design element of this policy. I won't bore you with this, but what I'll say is what I'm going to do is, hey, let's look at either side of this episode and trace the differential impact of this policy, credit, and maybe trade policy on targeted sectors through time before and after 1973. How do industries differentially evolve at that point in time when this policy careens into Korea and then leaves quite suddenly as well? What happens when we trace these industries? And what happens is not what economists usually say when they kind of characterize this episode. If you look at these treated sectors versus targeted sectors, you do see this important wedge emerge between them at the start of this policy. This is we call this difference in difference. We see dynamic effects of this policy on those treated sectors. And importantly, we see these policies impact and live on and persist long after he's shot at his New Year's party, long after he's assassinated, long after these liberalization episodes, these sectors and their accumulated TFP, their comparative advantage really still persists far beyond the end of this episode. And by the way, this is in terms of growth. This is in terms of really any outcome you can think about. You see the same pattern. Labor, capital accumulation, output, value added, all this stuff, you essentially just see this. This is maybe miraculous, but the data just shows the same pattern over and over again, and it's not the pattern we had formed a consensus about. Moreover, you see industrial policy kind of creating the export comparative advantage that we now associate with South Korea. You see them around this policy moving from being an economy of wigs and plywood and textiles and footwear, though those are still important. Relative to the rest of the export economy, relative to the rest of the world, you see them cultivating rather slowly, it's not instantaneous, comparative advantage in these targeted sectors, in the sectors we now associate with South Korea. Steel, semiconductors, things like this, parts, machinery, heavy equipment goods. And importantly, I think we think that these direct effects are going to be sudden and and things that are going to be spawned relatively quickly. No, they're things that took quite a lot of time to actually facilitate and create that comparative advantage. That comparative advantage in these industries actually only really emerged after this policy ended. Right? So there's a warning there insofar as thinking about timing here. These policies take an awful long time. In fact, that's the nature of the market failure underlying them. And this is just saying, okay, we see that steel is affected. We see that steel forms a comparative advantage and takes off. And eventually their exports take off. What happens to those sectors differentially connected to steel? We target steel, what happens to the downstream users of steel? Automobiles. What happens to the upstream suppliers to steel? Non-ferrous kind of mining goods, raw material goods, very upstream sectors like that, more raw material sectors. When you look at the differential kind of connected sectors that were differentially impacted downstream and upstream, you really see an important effect. That is, the downstream users of this policy were really the beneficiaries of it. This policy reduces the price of steel and makes steel more productive. And who are the beneficiaries? The users of steel. Users of steel completely benefited. So what you see as a result, and by the way, you see that in terms of the output of automobiles, the output of all those other industrial goods, for users of steel. And you also see the price effects of steel being percolated through the input-output network downstream as well. Right? This is what normal economic theory would actually tell us. You see it happening. You see capital accumulation in steel also ricocheting, going through the supply chain, through the input-output network, and being realized downstream as well. So you see all these things happening. Again, important justifications for industrial policy are actually at work here. And what this policy really did, I think it helped South Korea move up the supply chain. And if you do that due diligence and just march through the data, you see it in the data. You see it in the supply chain data. You see it in the input-output tables. And again, these are things they told us aren't happening. You open up the data, no, they are. And so I'm going to finish on kind of a nascent project as well, where this project really thinks about and uses the divergence from South Korea and their kind of autonomous tact from Western allies following the Guam Doctrine, Nixon Doctrine in '69, the troop pullout. Well, how important were the Vietnam War procurement programs to the South Korean economy? This giant episode, Vietnam War and before the Korean War, all across this region had huge implications for the development of all these economies who were supplying inputs to the US military. Japan during the Korean War, and of course, a bunch of Southeast Asian and East Asian allies during the Vietnam War. Let's do the same thing. Let's go through the data. Let's spend a lot of time in basements scanning stuff and actually think what happened here. And this is important because procurement is important. Procurement is kind of a linchpin of developmental policy. I thought about supply side policy and this other thing, bleeding capital into certain sectors. What about demand side policy? Me giving you a market to produce stuff, a shielded market, an important market in Vietnam. What happens? Do we see this demand side stuff also working? Seen through the lens of the US Vietnam procurement boom. And this is a paper done with Oliver Kim over there as well. We have a series of papers that look at this episode. And really quick, one thing, I was skeptical when he brought this idea to me, that I don't know how important the Vietnam War was to the development of South Korea. It does make sense that this could be kind of a way of thinking about industrial policy. This is important demand side industrial policy in the kind of current state of the EU. It's what I work on with industrial policy with the EU. The return of procurement, the return of demand side policy to stimulate industry, to stimulate demand. And you just look at the raw data, this was huge. This was really important, just in the aggregate. That these things are kind of Marshall Plan level things happening all across the region. Twice for those who caught also the Korean War prior to the Vietnam War. So what were the effects of these procurement contracts on these firms, on these nascent firms, these newly industrializing firms? Well, that requires us actually kind of going out there, sitting in basements and scanning stuff, draining our research budgets and digitizing all this firm level data, which we thankfully found. It's wonderful. We found this COTRA data that's been very important and very useful. Let's actually open up these nascent Korean firms right in the mid-60s around this policy episode. Let's look at their exports. Let's look at also their export targets and the targeting function of the state. Let's look at also their DoD contracts. Let's march through the data and see what happened here. Of course, part of this entailed actually digitizing this data. Just like this other project, it's just a lot of time just digitizing the boring stuff, making it legible. So what do we find? It was really, really important for firms, right? This is like your probability of exporting. If I'm a firm and I get a procurement contract, I get this really, really big push. I get an important domestic market in the US military, and that effect persists for quite a long time, even after they're procuring from me. And these are numbers that actually are pretty hard to, we don't see these kinds of numbers in a lot of domains. We see it with HCI, but we're talking 46 percentage point rises in exports. That's something we don't see in development policy. That's something we don't see in a lot of industrial policy. This is a big effect. This was a very big boost the US Army gave to these nascent firms. These firms that would again go on to be the household names that we all associate with South Korea. And you see just in their infancy, they very much benefited from this type of demand side policy, these types of demand side shocks, both in entering really important export markets, sometimes for the first time. See a lot of new entry, again, how did South Korea become an export powerhouse? This surely helped. And also in the massive increase in volume as well for those already operating in these industries, what we call the intensive and extensive margin. And these intensive margin effects, these volume effects, really persist long after you win a Vietnam War procurement. There's something here. There's something here that was very important. There's something here that was very intentional. There's something here that we tend to ignore when it comes to the economic effect of the Cold War on the developmental trajectory and the industrial development of the whole region. I think this stuff is really important, and I was skeptical at first. If we kind of do the calculations, we kind of just do the back of the envelope calculations, what does this mean in the aggregate? Probably a lot. Probably like without and absent these contracts, the exports from these firms, again, exports are incredibly important for South Korea at this time. Everything, they're everything. Would have probably had exports 70% lower than had they not received a contract. And together, these results kind of imply, we do some kind of back of the envelope calculations, basically procurement was responsible for about 20% of all exports in 1973. And we can think of comparable exercises in all these other years that these export markets were also at work and that procurement was also happening. And by the way, we also see that I talked about the HCI drive. I think a lot of these HCI drive policies, when we open the data, and that all these HCI firms were early beneficiaries and benefited disproportionately from this early boost, early entry into export markets. So that's to say, HCI wasn't in a vacuum. It had predecessors. It had predecessors in these types of policies. It was intimately, maybe intimately connected to these types of interventions. So again, I just want to say these are just kind of a very bird's eye view of what we're working on and what we're thinking about vis-a-vis South Korea and the Cold War. I just want to repeat myself that I think economic narratives about this time, about this place, absolutely need to be confronted and interrogated. And people in this room are very well situated to do that. And we should keep doing it. I think there's a lot of value added in doing it. You open up the data, and it's very often contrary to all the things I've heard echoed all throughout my economic history and growth classes. It's simply not there sometimes. And I do think it's impossible to walk away from this type of work and the boring data, or banal data kind of munging and say, I don't think industrial policy mattered. It's getting very, very hard to sustain that view of the Cold War in South Korea during this period. I think industrial policy most certainly did have an effect. And the body of evidence that's emerged since I started doing this really the gravity points in that direction. And I think South Korea's episode isn't just a historical thing, just a historical plaything for us. I think there's direct things that we can learn about policy design, demand side and supply side from this. And they're already being learned. These are things that are like published and used by the White House CEA. These are results that are all used by all sorts of domains where there's an empirical deficit for understanding how to do industrial policy right. I think this is a lens and a landscape for thinking about how do we do industrial policy right, with all its imperfections and also the things they also did right. I think there's also just as many lessons in what not to do here as well. And I just want to kind of reiterate, I don't think there's something exotic going on here. There's something exotic in the political equilibrium, the capacity to do relatively sophisticated policies such as this. But when you go down to brass tacks, you think about the mechanisms behind this stuff, they're the boring textbook stuff I teach in a 101 trade class. We shouldn't hide behind that. I think these things are actually pretty damn useful and somewhat even generalizable. Yes, that's it.
Okay, very interesting papers. I'm going to try to, I hope I don't oversimplify these papers and some of the other projects too much in what I have to say, but I fear that I might. So feel free to, feel free to criticize what I say if you think it sort of oversimplifies or gets things wrong. But I guess from my perspective, okay, during the 1980s and 1990s, you had a group of political economists who started to explain the rapid economic growth that took place in South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, and elsewhere through something that was called the developmental state. The development state focused on specific industries, drove growth, helped to create conditions that enabled the rapid economic development that occurred in the so-called East Asian tiger economies. When we listened to the first panel, though, I didn't think the development state sounded very relevant at all. I think with Patrick's concept of military-industrial capitalism, the development state actually seems to fall a little bit out of the picture, and the most central dynamic seems to be between the South Korean entrepreneurs and the US military. Then when we get to Peter's paper, I think the state is back and it's important, but I think it's modified a little bit, right? Peter had mentioned that it wasn't completely state driven, right? There were also these economists and scientists and others that played a role and had some agency. But I think it still sort of raises the question, right, of what is the balance? Was the state sort of just there in the same way that the US military was, and providing kinds of resources, and the real power or the real cause of the growth was in these different entrepreneurs who went into the military, or but at the same time you'd also mention that it was very Blue House driven at times. Yes. So what is what is more important? I think that's one question that I came away with, and I'm sort of puzzling over it because I've been, as you know, I've been trying to write something about, that compares Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, and I don't know. I don't know if I got an answer, a clear answer. I got sort of, different answers, and then I was determined that we had to have at least one person, one economist here today who actually is, interested in economic data. And I was quite surprised because I think from what I think I got out of the talk was that initially economists never believed in the development state, and they thought what the development state was doing didn't work, and that it was actually just other economic processes, basic economic processes that explain the growth, and there was not really any miracle. But I saw, and so I think Nathan's work is a very, very interesting reaction to that, and I totally can see why within your field, going back in some ways to what the political economists had maybe said, and I don't know if that's completely what you're doing. I think your paper, I'm maybe the furthest from my wheelhouse because I'm a historian and originally a diplomatic historian who dabbles in economic relations. But I think in your case, the state decision making and where the state allocated resources and money seems almost critical and determinative. So I guess my takeaway is really that I'm not sure I have a takeaway, and that I'm just sort of curious how this all comes together. So that's what I would say in general as my comments. I don't know if you can respond to that now if you'd like, or I can throw it open to the audience. I wonder, but let me, if you have something you want to say, feel free.
But thank you, Professor Brzezinski, for that great question. I just so the developmental state paradigm, I think, is still very much useful to understanding the development, of course, of South Korea, whether in defense or economy or industry or technology. The state was a state-centric. There's no doubt about it. I mean, make no mistake. The Blue House played a critical role in driving and engineering this entire development. It was Koreans at the time of Park Chung-hee used this concept of 소수 정예, driven by the elites, the few selected elites, right? It was a very top-down militaristic chain of command. So no doubt the developmental state was very operational, not just in the Park Chung era, but all the way until the end of Yulgok operation in 1992. However, So I didn't really get into a depth about these other actors, institutions, groups, domestic groups that contributed to this process. But I'm glad so you raised that question. I do think that there's a delicate balance between the role of this different, the non-state actors, what we call. For example, I mean, and it was not just the state and the internal actors, also the United States, the Cold War, the market system, right? The US opening up its market, the South Korean arms exports to the allies. I mean, that South Korea, when it produced the US model weapons, it could sell to the US allies because these weapon systems are interoperable with the US weapon system, and South Korea could sell them cheaper. So definitely US structural support, very important. I didn't get to talk a lot about the Vietnam War, but when you buy and read my book, I do actually talk about 1960s in the Vietnam War. There's a rise of the Chevron Corporation who are integrated into the global, the US-driven the economy, including a lot of arms-related industries and so forth. However, so in my book, I mean, when we talk about non-state actors, for example, just to give you a few, the role of an agency for defense development. So this was built in 1970 as a central R&D institute for Korea as a weapons, the defense technology development. A lot of these scientists were dispatched to everywhere starting from 1970 early to gather the technologies that were banned by the United States. The U.S. would not give the so-called technical data package for any of the offensive weapons. The weapons that could be used for offensive purposes, the U.S. would not give the technical aid, the skills, the know-how for these weapons because, again, was afraid that armed South Korea would unilaterally launch attack North Korea for reunification. This has been fear of the United States since going back to Lee-Seung-man era. Also, what the South ADD scientists did, they will go to all these countries and gather the technologies, including the McDonnell Douglas, right? They produced the Nike Hercules missile, and the U.S. scientists, engineers will be very sort of hands off about they were very sort of undermining, not appreciating how much these Korean scientists were hungry and eager to gain the technology. So sometimes they allow them to come to the data room, to their libraries, and these scientists, I interviewed them too, and they wrote memoirs, would draw the map somewhere on the piece of paper, bring it out or borrow something. They're not supposed to, they borrow it anyways, print it, Xerox it, bring it the next day. Sometimes they'll go to an Italian arms vehicle manufacturer like a Fiat, F-I-A-T, go to their company and steal the samples. These are memoirs. I mean, it's not secret anymore. And I interviewed these folks. It's like whatever it took, right? And without their own proactive agency and determination, a lot of the weapons actually that South Korea produced in the 70s, 80s would not have been possible. For example, there's a 통일중공업, a subsidiary of the Unification Church. They built the Balkan, the barrels. How do U.S. would not give them that technology because you use for offensive purposes. What do? They go to Japanese machinery firm and under disclosure agreement, meet with the engineers who are believers of a Unification Church, and then they will gather the barrel technology from Japan. And this is how South Korea developed the barrels for these weapons, heavy artillery. And also a lot of the Kia industry executives would like bring these samples, even the bolts and nuts, and bring them back, analyze the raw material, how they're used, right? So there are all these stories. I mean, the state would delegate also. It would be something that Park Chung-hee is not often given credit for. It was very good at actually delegating. It would trust the corporate executives, the team, who are mandated developing those weapons. It would just leave it up to them. And these companies would somehow find way to deliver it, right? And this is something that is not often told when we talk about Korean, whether defense economy. There's just so much focus on state as a sort of some kind of a monolithic entity. We call it the Pak state or whatever. But actually, there's so many interstate, non-state agencies. They played a vital role in the making, in achieving all these weapons, whether economic, industrial, defense projects. And that is what my book tries to do, illuminating these micro histories, details, right? They were not just made, there are processes, there are narratives, right? And these are, I think, very important as historians to reveal, and that there were multiple actors that came together to achieve them, right? So that's what I think try to, but I do believe that, again, state, yes, was essentially no state, no defense industry. However, at the same time, the role of these discrete actors are also extremely important in understanding what we call the miracle on the Han River or even the defense industrialization. I don't know if that kind of answered that question, but.
No, I'm gonna kind of riff off of that because you said something too I think is important. This idea of the developmental state being a monolith and the way we see it and characterize it and talk about it as this aggregate monolithic thing, often as a thing that's just exogenously given, you have it or you don't. And I think that, I mean, that's a cartoonish characterization of the developmental state view. I think the people who think about it think very deeply about it and importantly disaggregate it. I think that's the part that's often missing from advocacy is disaggregating this and looking at, well, what were the individual instruments? What were the individual bodies? What were the administrative capacity that did this stuff? And getting into that granularity. Because those, what we think of as the developmental state is an outcome of political choices and processes and investments in certain types of institutions, which we, I think, readily abstract away from, I think, to our own detriment. And so I think, ironically, it probably could do with some more theory, like economic theory, thinking about these things as constraints, as political decisions, political investments you're making in state capacity, administrative capacity, and things like that. I think when you start doing that, it becomes much more useful, both from public choice perspective, but also kind of the developmental state perspective. And I think the literature kind of left off and didn't do enough of that.
Yeah, in the long history of Korea, the lowest point, we must admit, is the most recent colonization by the Japanese. In Korean psyche, the word independence and self-reliance probably is the highest until maybe recently. But the history proves leaders matter in economics and their visions matter. Although their goals in both North Korea and South Korea actually were very similar. They wanted to be self-reliant, but the way they approached is very different, right? North Korea decided all foreigners are just trouble. South Korea said the way to become strong is they took a very scientific road. They wanted to learn from all the others, other wisdoms people in the world have discovered. And they wanted to use it to be very strong themselves. So I really loved both papers because they do, it's not just Nixon doctrine. It was in the Korean psyche, very deeply there already. And I now know why chemical engineering was the most prestigious department to go to. Now, maybe they go to computer science because the very word of Yulgok, why did they use these famous philosophers? Because he was a Confucian theoretician who was very Korean. He was very pragmatically oriented, unlike all the other kind of dreamers or dictators. So it makes sense. Everything kind of ties together. And I really love, I don't know whether you have different opinions, but this is my take.
If I may, I think, thank you. I agree. Thank you, Professor, for those comments. Yes, so the Yulgok operation, indeed named after prominent Neo-Confucian scholar of the 16th century who warned the Joseon king Seonjo against a future invasion. So in preparation for potential invasion, they must prepare 100,000 reserve peacetime army. And the Joseon court rejected that. And 10 years later, I think we all know what happened, the infamous Hideyoshi invasion, which destroyed the Korea. So using that name as a motivation, this is how the Joint Chief of Staff of ROK created the name, the Yulgok operation, also reflected Park Chung-hee's own ideology that we must be prepared, we must not be dependent on foreign powers, We have to cultivate our independent ability. And based on that, of course, they build the Homeland Reserve Forces as well, the civilian reserve troops. So there's a philosophical foundation. I think that Yulgok name really indeed reflects that. I think you also mentioned a very interesting point. The similarity between North and South Korea is actually one of the themes of this conference, right? I think the trajectory of two Koreas, they approached differently. However, they had a same fundamental goal, the self-reliance. In North Korea, 주체. In South Korea, 자주국방, 자주경제, self-reliance, right? Self-reliant national economy. So, and the way that they actually pursued the parallel economic defense development also was very similar. It was actually started by North Korea first, 1962. I'm sure Dr. Person is the foremost expert, but but just to 1962, there's a four doctrine, the military doctrine, and with the massive Soviet military aid, North Korea pursues the military modernization first and wants to converge it with the industrial transformation. And actually, Park Chung-il starts 10 years after that, right? It's a 10-year late start, but catches up through the HCI. But the way actually they draw in the 1970s, very similar philosophically in the industrial military orientation. And I also talk about this book, again, not to promote my book, but I do discuss it. Remarkable similarities between North and South Korea, especially in the 70s. So thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
You touched on something I think is important, I think, and underappreciated. And none of this, this isn't a great way to start a reply, but none of this is any admiration for Park as a person or any political sympathy for the guy. But the thing that I appreciate and started to appreciate about this regime and this time and place was a sense of pragmatism that I hadn't fully been aware of. I remember I was rerunning a planning model that they had. I remember talking to one of the original planners, and he said, we just ran this export promotion model in the mainframe of the Army base, and it just happened to work. And we were just struck by that, and so we decided to try it. And that kind of experimentation and kind of and there was no export model then. That was kind of very much going against the developmental grain. But that kind of ability to think empirically and to kind of try things and see if it worked and then lean into it was something I hadn't fully appreciated at all. I think it is something that was very powerful and important and not talked enough about.
I guess we have time for one more question if anybody else in the audience would like to ask.
Thank you both for your presentations. I was really fascinated by both of them. My question is for Dr. Kwon. So I was really interested by this idea of how the Yulgok operation allowed South Korea to kind of gain more sovereignty or autonomy, however you want to call it, especially in the context of the US-ROK relations. But if we think about like right before 1973, like the Nixon Doctrine and the US like pulling out part of its military at the time, Park was really like adamantly opposed to that idea, and he really wanted to extend US military presence in Korea as far as possible. So I'm kind of struggling in kind of understanding both sides of this kind of what could be seen as an ironic stance on like wanting more autonomy from the US, but also kind of wanting to hold on to that support as much as possible. So I was wondering if you had any insights on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think that there's a fundamental paradox here in proclaiming self-reliant national defense, right? But also, as you said, U.S. Park was actually it was an emergency crisis for Park Chung and all his technocrats when U.S. withdrew the 7th Infantry Division. It was like 24,000 troops from South Korea in March 1971. So this was a huge crisis. But what Park Chung-hee was also, he's a pragmatist. He was a strategist. He knew that South Korea needed United States station. And what he figured eventually was, after developing and starting the defense industry, starting from 1971, even prior to HCI, he implemented so-called the lightning operation, 번개 사업. It was an experimental sort of a project to developed, reverse engineered the first group of the US infantry weapons. And after he did this, however, there was an immediate US reaction. It sends the technical A team to actually help develop those weapons because they figure out that South Korea would develop them anyways through the ADD. So why don't we send technicians to at least surveil them and watch over them, and so that they don't develop other dangerous weapons. And starting from there, there's a pattern actually that developed. Whenever South Korea develops its own weapon capability, the US concedes. For example, another example, 1974, South Korea starts the Changwon industrial complex that I showed. Right after that, in December of that year, US military sends team to go over to watch the Changwon, and they're like they're like shocked. South Korea is developing armored vehicle parts, howitzers, and the guns and ammunition. So there are reports actually saying, okay, maybe we should co-produce, subcontract with some of these Korean firms, right? So this is actually South Korea receive a lot of the technical data package. And as I mentioned, there's a PECOM, the launch of a missile, and that compels United States to concede once again. So through this pattern, what I think Park Chung-hee realizes that more South Korea demonstrates its capability, it locks gears with the United States. So this is a sort of a rear autonomy. However, for preservation of South Korea's protection and security, Park Chung-hee realizes that the best way to secure the U.S. protection, stability in Korean presence, ultimately for protection of Korea's defense, is to develop its own autonomous capability. So there's a paradox here. This is so it's an autonomy within constraint, but this is how I think a lot of Korean, the conservatives also believe in. They talk about, sometimes 자주국방 autonomy, but ultimately within the U.S.-Korea alliance structure, right? And I think that is something that the Park Chung-hee also pursue. It's not a autarky. It's not like a complete autonomy. However, it is autonomous in the sense that it protects Korean national security within that structural support. So it's a paradox, but I think that is the vision that Park Chung-hee tried to pursue, in my humble view. I don't know if I articulated it well enough, but thank you for that great question. Yeah.
All right. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you all for joining us. Always remember, if you know any young person who's interested in pursuing a policy-related career related to Korea, to absolutely recommend the Elliott School Asian Studies MA program. Thank you very much.